Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to another thrilling weekend of Clash in action. The Snapdragon Pro Series is here.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
That's right, we are back for the third week of the 5th season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Clash of Clans action is heating up with a silver ticket on the line and tens of thousands of dollars of prize money to claim. This week is going to be amazing with golden ticket winners in the waiting and other teams seeking to earn their spot in the World Championship. This is an extremely important week, and I am so pleased to be alongside two extremely talented co-casters who can bring us into this action. Let's get into it and welcome Clash Bashing and Eve Maxi.
Wow, Woody, you just nailed that opener. Like everything I wanted to say, you just said it, man. We're back with Cup 3. Let's get into it.
Yes, that's right. Welcome everybody at home. Thanks for tuning in once again. We've got the third out of 4 Open Cups going right now, and we couldn't be more excited. It's getting thinner and thinner. So let's take a look at the format real quick that we'll be showing today.
Here we are. There are 4 open qualifiers over the weeks shown on screen. The winners of each of those single elimination best of 1 brackets will automatically advance to our open finals. That's where the prize money's getting handed out. But even if they don't win, teams that make it into the final matches will score points. The top 4 teams that did not win a bracket but nonetheless score the most points will also advance to the open finals, where that $55,000 is up for grabs. Bash, talk to us a little bit about that open finals and how the leaderboard is going to affect the positioning for teams advancing.
Right, so like you said, we had 4 Open Cups. The winners of that automatically make it into our grand finals, but we are going to have 4 spots for grabs from our leaderboard. As you see here, teams get points for placing anywhere from second all the way down here. So VM Surgical and Milliceme MG both with 50 points. Synchronic and VM Legacy right in there in the mix as well, but don't count out Dizi, Exeninos, and Navi. The 4 through 6 spots, I mean really 3 through 6 spots are really tightening up, and we got some of those teams playing here today, so they'll earn even more points.
That's right, 4 out of these 8 are playing today, in fact, and we'll take a look at number 8, Tribe Gaming here. It is really their last shot to get into the last chance qualifier. So this is the bracket for today. We'll be starting things off with HTM Esports versus Synchronic. Then we have Dizi Esports versus VNd Esporting. Tribe Gaming will be facing VNd Esports, and STMN Esports against Dizi Exenisos. And you have to notice that STMN Esports were formerly known as VM Legacy, so they have already earned their points as well. So Woody, take us through the schedule for today.
We have got superb teams across the board, and you are right, Maxi. One of the most important things to note today is that this is one of the last chances for Tribe Gaming to even join the last chance qualifier, a world's caliber team that has participated in world championship events stretching back to the very beginning, but have not yet qualified this year. Meanwhile, Synchronic and one of the other players, one of the other teams that's going to be competing today, Stamina Esports, formerly VM Legacy, already has golden tickets, and there's also teams that also already have their entry into the silver ticket bracket. HTM Brazil already has that berth. So we've got 3 out of the 8 teams competing today that already are advancing, while Tribe is kind of the lone holdout that has not yet earned that position. They have everything to fight for today.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough season thus far for Tribe, but let's talk about our first matchup here. This one is huge. HTM going up against Synchronic here. These two teams are playing really well. Synchronic actually our first golden ticket winner of this season. Then HTM Esports, they do have a silver ticket as well. So both of these teams well seasoned. We're seeing a lot of these same teams kind of throughout the whole season, but we're getting ready and we're ready to hop into the action here. Our match is ready. It's going to be Synchronic against HTM Esports.
I'll be pleased to cast the first one, and let's start off this match with defender Pato against the attacker Simon for Synchronic. He's marching in with a couple of druids supporting this big, heavy, ground-based Root Rider Valkyrie army, chopping through the top side of this base. For anyone new to Clash, it's 50% damage to get the first star, destroying the town hall for the second star, but almost every team in the upper echelons of competitive Clash is going for 3 stars and as quick as they possibly can, because the tiebreaker is time. How quick they can get those stars will determine the win. It's a overgrowth spell now into the core of the base to shut down the town hall and give a little bit of a breather for the main army, which is just really getting pummeled here.
Yeah, you said it right there. Time is the big thing, but look at this. Everything's going to go around the town hall and then kind of work back. We did see a giant arrow at the open. We see a lot of giant arrows in these attacks just because it can help with pathing. It can help take out some buildings. But from here, the main thing is going to be circling back to that town hall. Notice there is still a rage spell, and we still have a lot of troops up. But this is starting to fade out a little bit. Royal Champion will take down the town hall here and then surge over it to that final wizard tower. And it's going to be about a minute and 16 seconds for Simon, which is pretty on par with where you want to be as far as time.
Yeah, tough hit there, but a minute and 16 is not going to be anything to be worried about. I think he's probably pretty decently happy with that first strike. Synchronic Gaming, the first team to take a golden ticket and qualify for the World Championships of Clash of Clans, is performing very well out of their first hit in the Snapdragon Pro Series today. But HTM Brazil have got the fire in their belly, though. Although they cannot get a golden ticket from this event, they can certainly solidify their position and score quite a few thousands of dollars if they manage to advance. A win today would guarantee their placement in the open bracket, but we already know that they have points scored on the board already. A solid showing so far from HTM Brazil. Still need to get that big third and fourth week advancement if they want to succeed in the Snapdragon Pro Series, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, moving forward to those grand finals with lots of prize money on the line. I mean, they already do have their silver tickets, so that's not really going to help them in our competition. But let's be honest, when you're playing Clash of Clans Esports, any prize money is nice, and the further you make it in any tournament, the more prize money. So that's definitely what's on the line here. Let's say kind of same thing with Synchronic. I mean, they already have their golden ticket, so they're just kind of playing for prize money as well. But also, you can kind of play spoiler. Like, imagine you can keep a team from, like Tribe, from qualifying for the last chance qualifier. I mean, that's massive.
Yeah, that would really be huge. Something that is definitely in their mind right now. It's not only about qualifying yourself, but denying access to opponents that could cause you a lot of trouble down the line. The fact that Tribe hasn't qualified yet kind of makes them the team to watch for this entire week for all the teams that are competing right now, because we know that they have had so much success in the past and they must have been practicing coming in today. But the story right now is Synchronic versus HTM Brazil. Synchronic with a 3-star win already on the board in a pretty quick time there, minute 16. Has got to be very happy with how this war is shaping up so far. HTM Brazil is the reigning world champion. They fought under a different banner in last year's world championship, but they are nonetheless the top squad, the team to beat right now. And so I really think that there's a lot of eyes on them, wondering how they're going to shape up against Synchronic right now. Is it going to be the former, the old guard that's going to be marching back into battle, or will Synchronic, the new team, this German juggernaut, be the squad to take the top spot? It's going to be a Barbarian King Holland marching through that middle bottom left section here with a jump spell as well to hop over toward that monolith, and the multi-target Inferno could get a lot of value if he jumps those walls and takes those buildings down. Main army is marching in with the Eternal Tome to protect those Root Riders, Bash.
Lots of super barbarians on this one. The king is going to look to take out these ice golems as he goes to Phoenix right here. So after those 8 seconds, the king will get taken out. And notice the overgrowth. So everything's going to go right past the town hall and circle back. That's going to be a big theme on a lot of these Root Rider attacks. you're going to kind of just avoid a lot of that high damage area and then circle back to it at the end to take it out. Keep an eye down there at the bottom. That queen was under a lot of pressure. He had to use the freeze on the monolith, but she's able to recover a little bit with the healers down there. And now everything is making its way to those final few compartments, Woody.
A lot of damage still left to do. The freeze does go off, and there's no more spells or troops to deploy for Achilles. He has done everything he can against this base and is leaving the monolith and the multi-inferno last. That's just fine for the Royal Champion, who's well positioned to take down those big, heavy targets. And with just about the exact same amount of time, he is about at 80-second finish here for HTM Brazil. Just ever so slightly behind Synchronic, but certainly within striking distance. A strong 3-star performance to be glad about.
Yeah, I had him at a minute 19, so it's going to be plus 3 seconds to Synchronic if I'm right there. So, I mean, really, at the beginning of the war, that's not much of a difference. We still have 8 total attacks, 4 for each side. So, I love it when these wars come down to the difference. I mean, when we get to like the last attacks and it's like the difference of 1 or 2 seconds, there's so much pressure, so much on the line. And these 2 first attacks were really, really solid. We talk about it pretty much every tournament. You want to be 80 seconds or less. And it seems like 75 seconds has kind of been the mark throughout our tournament thus far and really throughout esports. So really like 75 seconds or less and you're good. If you go up to 80 seconds, that's okay as well. But you start getting above that and you start flirting with a little bit of a time that you can't come back from.
Yeah, it's almost like every month we see that golden standard for time getting shorter and shorter. It used to be, 90 seconds. That was solid. That was fine. Then it was like, you really kind of want to be in the 80 to 90 range. Then we were like, 80 is really kind of as slow as you can go. And now we're saying it's got to be 75 seconds or less to be a good solid attack. But that is just the caliber of competition that you see here between Synchronic and HTM Brazil, 2 teams that are so evenly matched and really showing us an excellent form of Clash of Clans right now. Super tight competition between these 2 world-class teams, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what Synchronic can put up next. We've seen a lot of Root Rider attacks in the metagame. That seems to be the preference for these 2 teams so far. They are both bringing Root Riders here, but also bringing to bear these new Druid troops, getting a little bit of tanking, a little bit of healing, a little bit of support that can then transition to another form of attack in the second wave. What do you make of the overall metagame right now, seeming to really favor ground-based attacks instead of the Laloons, which had come to dominate the metagame in the years prior?
Well, Laloon is still going to be very strong. Don't get me wrong. But the problem with Laloon is it usually takes a little bit more setup. It's usually a really multi-phase attack where you're going to have a nice hero dive into a compartment, then maybe even a zap and then a hero dive, or maybe a skelly donut and then a hero dive. So it's really like those things take, 10, 20, 30 seconds, and you just don't have that kind of time. Whereas with the Root Rider attacks, or even sometimes we'll see dragons, I'm sure today we will see lots of dragons. It's basically you can get them in there, you can kind of control traffic with the overgrowth spell. You're going to see lots of overgrowths today, and then you can kind of just maintain and push throughout that base without that massive setup. So that's the main reason we don't see a lot of those like epic queen charges that we're used to in the past meta. It's not that it's not good, it's just not fast enough. And when we're talking 80 seconds, you don't have time for a 30-second warden walk, queen walk, hero dive into a compartment. So that's the main reason we're seeing, I don't want to say more spammy attacks, but more like just direct in attacks. And speaking of dragons, Woody, here we go. Irmakhan is coming in with dragons. We do have the 1 overgrowth, 1 bat spell, and then we got lots and lots of rage to support the dragons.
All right, brother, I'm ready for it. Dragons are a great complement as well to these Root Rider heavy armies. They spread out, and if you get the perfect spread, you can really get some excellent value on just getting so many defenses down at the same time. Unfortunately for Emirkan, he's got so many dragons up to the top side that it's going to be a pretty uneven smack against this base. He did not overgrowth that single target Inferno, so that 1 dragon will also go down that was headed toward the core. But if he can still get a counterclockwise wraparound with those dragons while this Royal Champion is able to shut down the single, I think that they should be able to collapse back into the core, still with that rage spell and a free spell to drop. Oh, he's going to drop the freeze to help out the Royal Champion. Hog Puppet is doing some excellent work on those core defenses, Bash.
Yeah, but the Tornado pulls the Royal Champion away from the monolith. She's going to take lots of damage. She's not going to get the Town Hall. Luckily, there's still tons and tons of dragons up here. So this one was a little bit interesting. Could have had a little bit more drama if there weren't so many dragons. but there's still hurt. I don't know. It's starting to fade a little bit. I'm actually getting a little bit worried here. That Town Hall is near full if I'm right. This could get close. Go Dragons, go! Oh baby! Oh baby! All right, Dragons get through.
Take it down.
Woo! But Woody, that was slow. It was a minute 33 there. That was super close, but it was also very slow. The Royal Champion getting caught in that tornado didn't allow her to take out the Monolith and the Town Hall, costing Ermagon basically like 10 to 12 seconds there.
Tough finish for Amir Khan. He still knows that a 3-star is a 3-star, but that's going to cost him quite a bit on time. And with a 4-second match coming into that last round, that is not something that you can be very happy about giving up that easily. Time is of the essence for these attacks. And with that last hit coming in quite a bit slower than the rounds before it, I think that we have got a tough mid-war now shaping up for Synchronic.
I think that could have been an attack where we maybe could have seen Clone Spell be used, or seen a lot of Dragon clones with 1, 2, even up to 3 clones. With those defenses being so close together right in there, it almost felt like the clone value was there, but decided to go with the Stone Slammer and kind of direct traffic that way. But the Dragons still ended up going all the way up to the north side, so the Stone Slammer didn't really push them back in. We'll have to see if that comes back to bite them. I mean, it's not insurmountable. A minute 33, it's not like it's a 2-minute attack. But with them having a 3-second advantage, we'll basically say that's like having a 1-minute 30 attack. So they might have to make up some ground, but HTM Brazil can really put their foot on the gas and kind of close, or I guess take the lead and then distance the lead. I don't know. Something like that, Woody.
Something like that, yeah. I mean, there's lots of different paths to victory, more than one way to skin a cat, we might say down here in the South. But nonetheless, we know that there is still quite a bit of war left between these two teams. As long as 3 stars are put up on the board, we can have defenses, we can have some rapid fast attacks. There's a lot of ways that this can still go down, and it's up to HTM Brazil now to make the most of this defensive opportunity that they just got, trying to get back into the driver's seat as quick as they can. So we will see very shortly what they choose to do with it, and how they're going to be prosecuting the mid-war now with the opportunity to continue pressuring with those really quick attacks and to try to get into a little bit of a time advantage. We'll see if Leo is able to make the most of it. Also bringing Dragons, Bash.
Yeah, Dragons, no clone on this one. Spiky ball here on the King. You see a lot of spiky balls here with the Dragons just to kind of direct traffic. Use that King out in front and kind of push those troops where he wants to go. Remember, it's going to bounce off of 9 different targets at the maximum level. We do see the Queen with the Giant Arrow, and that Giant Arrow is basically going to send across the base and push the Queen to the right side there. Took out just a few of those buildings so she can start working in. And a Stone Slammer. So a very similar attack to the last attack that was a little bit slow, but let's see how fast Leo can go with the Town Hall on the opposite side of this base.
All right, tough follow-up now for Leo, but with a beautiful spread on these Dragons, I think he's getting a lot more value than we saw in the previous Dragon attack. I'm just a little bit worried about that air defense popping off against the upper right side Dragons. We do lose one of them, but the Archer Queen comes in to save the day, and another Dragon splits off. So it's a big black bomb, and Leo's got a little bit of trouble with that center right compartment. That Dragon might go down to the multi. It might be able to take it out, though. It's going to be a close race there. I think the Dragon wins that combat, but he's lost so many of his troops in the fray that he's just really going to have to power through this back end with the remainder. He's got a lot of support still from these heroes, so holding on to that King ability, the Royal Champion ability, going to be smashing through these top compartments, but time is a factor now. He needs to hit that gas pedal and get these buildings down as quick as he possibly can, drop the remaining troops, and try to get this one into the 90-second range. I think he's got it, and HTM Brazil should hold on to the time lead just barely, Bash.
I think that was about 1 minute 21 seconds, so they do gain 12 seconds there, shifting them into a 9-second advantage. Give or take a second. You know, our math is always rough estimates here. We will see it updated on the leaderboard on the right-hand side going into the next attack. But that was very nice from Leo. But man, these Dragon attacks, usually Dragons are pretty quick. I mean, you can almost argue sometimes Dragons are quicker than the Root Riders, but thus far the Dragons have been a little bit slow. I mean, it feels weird to say that with a minute 21 and a minute 33, but in the esports right now, that's a little bit of a slower attack. Oh.
And yeah, that was a very quick attack. Congratulations and well done there. I think that we've got still a great war ahead of us with a tightly contested team, 2 squads that are ready to duke it out to the very end and show us what they've got. So we're going to be going up next into the 3rd attack from Synchronic with 2 teams that are both around that minute and 20-second mark, 3 stars across the board so far, and offense still really shaping up to be aerial favored metagame with dragons coming into the fray, as well as those root riders still holding the base on the ground. Anything to note about these bases so far that gives you a little bit of a pause or something worth mentioning? I think that the Inferno Towers have been the big difficulty point so far. But with all the bases getting demolished, offense still in the lead. But are there any interesting maybe trap placements that stood out to you with those last rounds of
That's what I was just going to say. It seems like the tornado trap is the main thing here. I mean, we saw it on that attack from Irmicon where the real champion got caught up there in the monolith and she wasn't able to take it out because the tornado spun her way. So that is one thing is to keep an eye on, is the traps, especially. I mean, that last base was something we don't see as much these days with an anti-3, but deciding to go all the way away from that town hall, if you run into a trap at the wrong spot, it could really cause some issues. Luckily for Leo, it didn't work out that way. He was able to get through the base, but we did see some close calls, and I think that's going to be the big thing, is the trap placement paired with those, like, just one of maybe single infernos that are on the bases. They're strategically placed in there to kind of cause some issues, so we'll have to see if that's the case. Look at Einstein coming in. We got 26 rocket balloons. We do have lightning spells and some earthquakes along with that giant arrow. Let's see if the giant arrow goes right through the base, and then we see some zaps maybe over there by the Inferno Towers, maybe even the Rage Tower or Poison Tower. We'll have to see what Einstein decides to do. We do have the Siege Barracks, but Siege Barracks gets targeted by the Warden. There we go with a nice fireball, taking out that whole core area, Woody.
Yeah, I love to see those giant fireballs just blasting into the base. A big early investment from Einstein of Synchronic, but has completely demolished a massive chunk of this base and really given an interesting follow-up now for these super minions, these rocket balloons, to try to chip away at the last remaining defenses. That right side is eventually going to go down because there's not a whole lot on the air targeting defenses to be able to shut down these minions, so it's going to be an easy cleanup for them. It's just that core, which is still going to be a little bit
This
sticky.
is flying.
Yeah,
look at the time, Woody. It's not even a minute left, and all the rocket loads are in. Einstein is flying. Just got to get the mono. Oh, man, get the mono. Someone get there. Man, that was less than a minute. Einstein flies through the base. That one was over before we knew it. I think I had that at 58, maybe 59 seconds. I didn't see the final time there. But wow, that one just all came together with that massive fireball.
Yeah, huge shutdown there for Einstein. Very well done. And perfect identification. This is kind of one of the only attack styles that we've seen that can still match the speed and efficacy of those big, heavy Root Rider, Mass Dragon armies. Going in there with a surgical precision strike is something that some of the Japanese teams have become really well known for. Klaus Kazuma showing off plenty of skill and lots of great reads on bases that seem really tough to take down, but nonetheless are vulnerable when you can get the perfect positioning on a super powered ability like the Giant Fireball. It's just something that base builders have to keep in mind, and if they leave any open spot up at all, that is going to be a big time swing in the favor of the attacker that can take advantage of it. And in that case, it was going to be HTM Brazil.
Yeah, way too much value there. I mean, there was Infernos right there. The Clan Castle was right there. So Einstein noticed that, was able to use those invisibilities. Remember, the Fireball is going to go to the closest defense. So that's why you want to use those invisibilities to kind of make those defenses invisible, so that Fireball is going to shoot right in to that Inferno. Then you finish it off with a couple Earthquakes, a couple Zaps. The Clan Castle's down. And we just saw how rewarding that was. That one just flew through. I can't believe how fast that one came together. I was watching it, and it just all happened all of a sudden there. That was very nice, and that should honestly bring them back. If they were down 12 or 10 seconds or so, 9 or 10 seconds, so that really gives them a chance to kind of bring back the lead for the Synchronic team here.
Yeah, incredibly close match and very well done to Synchronic, getting a huge hit against an HTM squad that seemed like they weren't expecting that sort of variability from their opponent. Synchronic have got a lot of tricks up their sleeve and are not resting on their laurels. As the first team to qualify for a golden ticket this year, they are also going to be taking a few opportunities to advance their toolbox and bring a few more skill shots to bear. And I think they've got to be very happy with how that last round went. HTM Brazil now are going to be on the back heel after having just had a pretty solid hit of their own and expecting to get a big time lead. That expectation has now just withered away in the mid-war as we now see a very close end game shaping up between two squads that are just still within seconds reach of each other. Advantage for Synchronic, 5 seconds overall on time.
Celino is up next, and we have Root Riders. Celino did play a massive role in their world championship last year, was able to actually help them get through the qualifiers with last minute attacks and able to help them clutch up the championships. Keep an eye on that. Siege Barracks does get targeted by the Tesla, so we might not see all of the wizards come out of there, so might have the clan castle trips a little bit premature. King does go to Phoenix right here after diving into this compartment, but all the Root Riders are in with the world champion on that left side while the heroes work through the right. We do have the one Overgrowth spell, and he's probably going to have to deploy that relatively soon. There it is, Overgrowth on the single, the Ricochet Cannon, and Town Hall. Now he's just got to power through and then finish off the Town Hall.
Yeah, big value on that Overgrowth, way far out in the back, and a beautiful shaping up of this base. Celino's going to be very happy with how these Root Riders are performing into the core. Still having a little bit of difficulty with that Monolith. It's standing up in kind of an awkward position that's going to kind of cause those Root Riders to delay a little bit, but great job dropping that Skeleton spell to neutralize the big, heavy single target damage that it can dish out and taking that down in time. He's going to be looping around now counterclockwise back into the core of the base with a Rage spell as well. He is going to be taking down those 3 stars in solid time, but not quite quick enough to get the advantage back against Synchronic.
Minute 26 there. Yeah, that's after a less than 1 minute attack from Einstein. Celino a little bit slow there, just a little bit on the slow end, so that should put the advantage back in Synchronic's favor. This war is back and forth, a teeter-totter of emotions as these two teams are playing each other back and forth. I really like this kind of matchup. I really do. But if the number's right, I mean, that's almost a 30-second swing there. So I believe that Synchronic is going to be up approximately 20 seconds, 19-20 seconds here going into the final 2 attacks. That is pretty massive. We're getting to a point where it's going to be really hard to overcome a 20-second difference. With only 2 attacks remaining, it's becoming more and more of a tall task. And remember, Woody, this is single elimination. All of our matches are single elimination, so if you lose, you're out of the Open Cup.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be Synchronic's match to lose now as we get into the main last run of this war, with only a couple attacks left for HTM Brazil, and knowing that Synchronic have done so well throughout the early war, I think that this is really shaping up to be a terrifying position for them to have to fight back from.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's really, and that's where we start seeing some mistakes happening. When you start forcing things, you're starting to force it, because we haven't really had a really super quick attack here from HTM. 119, 121, 129. So yeah, they haven't really gone overly quick yet. So they're gonna have to find something, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. The enemy bases, it's just those little variations where it causes you to maybe have 10 seconds slower attacks, and that's what we're seeing so far. HTM just not able to find quick attacks on these Synchronic bases so far.
All right, well, tough war for both squads, but that is exactly what we were hoping for. It's great news as spectators to get to enjoy this really closely fought match between HTM Brazil, a silver ticket holding team, and Synchronic Gaming, a golden ticket team. 2 of the best in the world now are duking it out and showing us average attack times that are still in the minute and 20-second range on both sides, but Synchronic just inching ahead thanks to that beautiful strike from Einstein, bringing them down into the 1 minute and 15-second overall time. Let's take a look now at the next strike from HTM Brazil at the minute and 22. Now they need to close that gap and close it fast. General X moving in with mass dragons. Has also got a spiky ball on that Barbarian King and is going to be using that Rage Gem to keep these troops going as fast as they possibly can over the space. Floating in high and dry. Those dragons and balloons are a perfect pairing and getting lots of work done on this bottom right side, Bash.
Keep an eye on the clone spells. Oh, what did he clone up in there? Is it Yetis? I think it's clone Yetis there in the middle of this base. Very, very nice, just to take out everything in the middle. Also distract those heroes so the dragons can sweep over the top. Now the world champion deployed from the top side of the base, and it's all going to need to collapse together. Now one thing to keep an eye on, no overgrowth here, so no major damage reduction, but this one is fading out a little bit as the dragons are taking a little bit of damage. Royal champion will now take down the town hall, but we are closing on that 1 minute mark. He's got to close this one down and finish it off soon.
All right, a lot of work still left to do, trying everything he can to get that time back in his favor, and it's been a solid strike so far. Archer Queen is very, very healthy yet, and the Royal Champion's gonna be finishing off in that top compartment. It's 1 minute and 17 seconds, it looks like, for General X, gonna be bringing the time up just ever so slightly for Synchronic, seeing their average time now around the 1:15, 1:16 range. Ahead of HTM Brazil, and very happy to be so. That was a very solid strike and exactly what Synchronic needed to maintain their lead and just solidify that advantage. It is going to be very, very tough for HTM Brazil to make a comeback happen at this point, Bash.
Yeah, and that's what you really want right here. In this spot, that's a really nice attack because it forces HTM Brazil to maybe get out of that comfort zone. They need a 1 minute 10 attack right here. I mean, there's really no choice for them. But kind of giving you guys an update on our other quarterfinal match that's running offline right now. According to our co-host here, Maxi, Dizi Esports 9 stars with 1 minute 12 seconds average. VNd Esporting 9 stars, 1 minute 20 seconds. So Dizi Esports is in the advantage in that matchup as well. So we maybe see them a little bit later on today. We will obviously update you guys with the final score of that war as soon as we have it, and our war is over here, but just kind of keeping you guys in the loop of what's going on here in the offline matchups.
Yeah, 1 minute and 12 second average for Dizi Esports against VNd Esports. That is huge. Incredibly for them there. I think that Dizi Esports was slated to compete against a golden ticket team. Is that right? That's formerly VM Legacy. It's now Stamina Esports down to the bottom.
I think he said they're playing VN Esporting. Let me see.
Okay.
We have two Dizi teams. Remember, Dizi
yes.
X Saninos is playing STMN later, so I think they'll be going while we're in our next matchup.
All right.
Yeah, I forgot both Dizi Esports teams are in today, or both Dizi teams are in today, I should say. Which, I mean, shout out to the Dizi teams. I mean, they've kind of made a really big impact this season. We see them time and time again in every tournament. Same with these teams. I mean, we see HTM in every tournament. We see Synchronic in every tournament. So it's been kind of like a mainstay here for a lot of the teams in the competition, just fighting for and trying to get those. I mean, some of these teams don't need the final chance, but trying to get those silver tickets, trying to get a little bit more prize money. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, and we've seen several organizations with multiple different teams competing and showing a lot of skill as they do so. We've currently got a really interesting storyline also for Vogue Mary. We know that Vogue Mary was competing as both VM Legacy, a team that got the golden ticket before transitioning to Stamina, but they've also got VM Surgical in the competition, another squad that scored lots of points so far in our current Snapdragon Pro Series division, having made it to the very end of one of the rounds. And so they actually fell this month. VM Surgical fell to this HTM Esports squad in a couple rounds previously. HTM Esports also beat Navi, it should be said, another team that is a former world champion and just earned their own golden ticket. So HTM Brazil is at the top of their game, and the fact that they're still falling behind against Synchronic right now really signals to me not that HTM Brazil is having difficulty, but that Synchronic really is a squad that has just been sitting, waiting in the wings, prepping and getting their squad to the very top of Clash of Clans Esports, showing no fear at all going up against a world championship team.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are two of our top teams throughout the whole season. That was a very nice spiky ball to push those dragons right in towards the town hall. I mean, when we talk about Synchronic, they were our first golden ticket winner of this season, and HTM no slouch either, as they already have their silver ticket as well. So this is like kind of a match of some of the juggernauts in the Clash of Clans esports this season. You talked about it earlier, Woody. HTM Brazil, our current world champions, a few different roster changes there, but the core is all the same. And this team with a 1 minute 5 second attack, they are right back in this matchup. This is going to be a close finish. Pato gets the job done. I know we weren't really focusing too much on the action there, but those dragons surged right on through Einstein's base, and it's a 1:05, giving them a little bit of that time back that they needed. This one is still within reach for HTM.
Okay, very tough match for us still yet. Not quite a decisive win on either side, and that's exactly what we'd hope to see between two really tightly contested teams. And yet it is still going to be a very difficult end run for both of them to clutch out a win one way or the other. We know that HTM Brazil has just been so powerful in weeks past and winning plenty of tiebreaker matches that come down to time, having done so earlier against Navi and picking up victories also through the preliminary matches this week against VM Surgical and NGJC. We've got a really tough match ahead to follow up after this, but wow, these two teams are still super evenly matched, and with just one attack left for both of them, it's going to come down to the very end. Are there any tricks hidden in the last bases that can, throw a wrench in their plans, or is this just going to be a smooth landing for Synchronic? Slightly behind in the early war, but now pulling very far ahead in the mid war and seeming to hold on and solidify that lead as we get into the last round of Attacks Bash.
While Pato did make up some time there, they are still trailing by 18 seconds. And with one attack, that is tough. I believe it's going to be Philip for Synchronic. If Philip can get in here and get a 75-second attack, that could seal this one. If you're HTM Brazil, though, you're not out of it. I mean, we saw in this war, we saw, what was it, a 57, 58-second attack from a Synchronic. So it can be done. They are really rare to see those sub 1 minute attacks, but it is very possible. And if you're HTM, you're getting all together with your final attacker, which I believe is Bernal, seeing what you can do, seeing what kind of value is on the base. Do we have any fireball value? Do we have any giant arrow value? Can we zap here? Can we zap there? Where do we send the dragons? Where do we send the roots? What do we do? Woody, how can we make up some time?
Tough question and no easy answer, but they have got to give us an answer nonetheless, because there is one more attack left for this squad to finish this one out and give us the final answer that we are waiting for now. HTM Brazil doing an excellent job in that last round. Mass Dragons with record fast timing, minute and 5 seconds, really keeping this one to a tight match, but still a 1 second lead for Synchronic. How is Philip gonna do? Can he deliver the goods? Giant arrow cutting through the base and getting a lot of solid value. Lightning and zap as well into the bottom compartment will get even more compartment finalized. It's gonna be the dragons now who are marching onto the bottom side, supported by that Grand Warden, ready to pop that Eternal Tome as soon as they get close to the core and start taking damage. There it is, soaking shots from the Scattershot. Although with the overgrowth down on a lot of the core buildings in the base, he's not getting super value from that Eternal Tome Bash.
No, not so much. I'm keeping an eye on the Queen down here. She does get the Town Hall, but that Monolith is still locked onto her. She's going to have to fight the King, so she does go down there. I think her job was just to get the Town Hall down, which she does. Still tons of dragons, but keep an eye on the sweepers. It's going to push them back. We are crossing the 1 minute mark here in just a moment. We have some ice globes up, not to mention the enemy King is out there. He has headhunters in fighting it. Philip is trying his best just to close the gap on time here. World Champion does not have an ability. We are 1 minute 10 seconds. If you're HTM Brazil, you want this to be 120 or higher, and it's looking like it will be that as the Royal Champion goes down. Philip is struggling to cross the finish line. Woody, it's 120. Can he get this down? It's got to go quick as we get to 130 almost.
Oh, come on, Philip. Get it done, man. A minute and 30 seconds is going to increase their average time quite a bit. And Synchronic are now going to be behind HTM Brazil in the final wave of this attack bash.
That leaves the door open. I said they were trailing by 18 seconds. So that means if Bernal can come in with a 1 minute 11 second attack, they should have the win. You know, bash math, give me a little bit of seconds here or there, but I'm pretty sure it's 1 minute 11 seconds and HTM Brazil can steal this one here. What a back and forth matchup we've had thus far.
Really fun match to watch, and a superb performance from both teams so far. But the base building seems to have eked out a little bit of a lead now for HTM Brazil, as Synchronic, even with so much time to prepare, could not match the competition and are falling back behind now. But can their own bases give the difficulty level high enough to deny HTM Brazil? I'm not even quite sure what the overall time would have to be for HTM to get the win here. I hope we can get confirmation there from Maxi, since he's waiting in the wings and helping us out with the math there. But yeah, that bash math is very useful, as we have the last little opportunity now to try to, put this one into the win column for one of the teams or the other. A minute and 30 was certainly slow and not what we were expecting from Synchronic. But Philip had a tough base to go up against, and he did his best to knock it down as quick as possible. I think that there were some really tough compartments to deal with, though. On the bottom side of the base, for the left side, multi-target Inferno really demanded some careful planning. We did see the Royal Champion being brought to bear there, and I think she had that rocket spear equipment used for her. That's one of the first times that we've seen that, Bash. What did you make of his choice to use it there in that last attack?
It almost seemed like it cost him a little bit. I mean, we usually see those hogs surge in, and that Royal Champion just did not seem like she got the right value. I'm trying to get a final eye here on the time, but I'm going to say it's a minute 11. Give or take, obviously we don't know, but this one's going to come down to the final attack. Either way, it's coming down to this last attack, and if we see somewhere less than 115, it should be close here. Oh man. All right, here we go. Bernal is in with dragons of his own. My stat sheet here is all over the place, so I'm just going by sticky notes, which that can be all kinds of sketch, Woody. We'll have to see after Bernal attacks who is the winner of this war. Giant arrow comes in and sets the queen up.
Beautiful setup to start things off so far, as we still have a very competitive race now, with Bernal trying to close the gap. If he gets a minute, and it looks like 18 would still be enough to guarantee the win here, because they are already ahead on time. If it gets any closer than that, though, it is really going to come down to the wire to figure out the champion of this round. Single elimination between a golden ticket and a silver ticket team, with thousands of dollars on the line. Bernal is the next to march in with a rage spell, Eternal Tone, to protect, as he takes a lot of damage from these multi-infernos, drops a freeze to try to shut that down. Still holding on to 2 earthquake spells, which often get dropped a lot earlier in the combat. What do you think is his idea holding on to those, Bash?
I mean, maybe weaken up the core and the town hall as he works through there. Yeah, right there. There it goes. Core and town hall just to weaken up. And look at that spiky.
Whoa!
And 1 minute has elapsed, and this one's gonna be quick. I think HTM might get this right here. I was looking at our.
Looks like it. They've done it, Bash.
All over. Yeah, that's 109. That should be enough for HTM to get the victory. Our stats.
It absolutely is.
I think our stat sheet is wrong there. I think they had a little bit more wiggle room than I said. I think it was more like what you said, Woody, 118, and with that being 109, HTM should get the victory here.
Congratulations to our Brazilian Barbarians, once again pulling off an incredible win from behind. Synchronic having some difficulty with the bases structured there, but HTM have just given us a walloping blow to finish this off. And I think that there's agreement now. I'm still waiting on official word from production to guarantee that this is in fact going to be a win for the team we expect, but it is looking like all signs are pointing to a victory for HTM Brazil in our first round of combat. And what a match to go down on the history books, as so closely contested between 2 superstar teams, Bash.
Yeah, we're waiting for that confirmation. I mean, we can check the in-game war screen, maybe pop that up. I don't know if we're able to do that, but I'm waiting. The anticipation is killing me here, Woody. I need to see the victory. I'm pretty confident that HTM gets the victory here, but with our stat sheet having a few incorrect times, maybe we were misled there. Let's see what it says. Let's see what it says. Let's just be patient here as we get a few things sorted out here. A little technical difficulties. Oh, here comes.
It's a win for HTM Esports. It's official. It's on the bracket, Bash. There's no denying it now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I thought that was the case, but, we just always got to wait on those final numbers to come in. So a come from behind victory for HTM Esports. GG's to them. Synchronic will be eliminated.
massive showing and very, very well done to a tough for a tough matchup between two incredibly high-powered teams. Synchronic has just got to be happy with the 10 points that they're going to be able to pick up off of that last match, because there is going to be no way for them to score any more at this point. They already had 35 going into today, and so that will be a very strong position for them, but yet having not scored any wins in our first or second cup, VM Surgical and Millicene MG also taking the second place positions. Synchronic is going to have a total of 45 points, and that means that there's going to be at least 3 teams that are ahead of them after this week is all said and done. VM Surgical holding 50, Millicene MG holding 50, and then there's going to be another team that comes in second place, and it won't be Synchronic. They'll have 50 points as well. It's going to make the 4th week of competition very, very important for Synchronic if they want to try to be in the top 4 to get that advancement onto the Open Cup finals, where all of the money is awarded, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, 50 points might be enough there. Getting a second place might be enough to get you into our grand final. Just reconfirming here, the final time that we got from Maxi was 1:16 for HTM, 1:18 for Synchronic. So a 2-second average victory for HTM Brazil. GG's to them. Man, that was a really good war back and forth. So they will move on to our semifinals. We'll see them after our next war, so we'll see them a little bit later. But like I said earlier, this is single elimination, so unfortunately for Synchronic, they are out. They cannot earn any extra points. This is actually, I like this tournament format quite a lot. But guys, we'll talk a little bit more about it when we get back from a short break. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Cup 3. We have our first winner, HTM Brazil. Also, welcome back, Maxi. What'd you think of that war, bud? Back and forth, huh?
Yeah, amazing stuff there. Both of the first quarterfinals were 15-15 wars, so only perfect wars these teams really do not miss. But as we have Tribe Gaming and VNd Esports, our next two teams, getting ready, they really have to keep up the pace, you know, to keep up with the other teams that were performing so well so far. 1 minute 19 being the worst average time. A very, very amazing level of gameplay today.
Yeah, we saw a couple attacks that were a little bit closer, but ultimately the teams were pretty much flying and working in unison there to get those times down. All four of our first teams were just going really quickly, but VNd Esports going up against Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming has been kind of a storyline for us thus far, as they are still looking for any kind of qualification into the Worlds. They don't have a chance to get a golden ticket, so this is coming up on one of their last chances to get a silver ticket into that last chance qualifier and make it into Worlds.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We have some spots at the last chance qualifier, 6 in total. 4 of them were already handed out through silver tickets in the monthly qualifiers, and we have 2 more going into that with this tournament, the Snapdragon Pro Series and the Global Clash Cup. So either one of them would be the last chance for Tribe Gaming to have a shot at being at the World Championship once again. And if we remember correctly, I think Tribe has been to 4 out of 5 World Championships so far.
Yeah, they're pretty much, when you think Clash of Clans esports, there's a couple teams you think of, and Tribe is definitely one of those teams. Now they're going up against this VNd Esports team, who's a little bit less known, if we're going to be 100% honest, looking at the lineup here. Nani, Prince Moet, Maroon, Level 99 Avi, Amun, and Shirag. This team isn't one that you're like, oh, look at those guys. They're kind of like an underdog here. But imagine they play spoiler to one of the most well-known teams. I mean, they made it this far. Why not finish your run and make it to the finals?
Yeah, absolutely. Like looking at the chances for Tribe Gaming, they have the GCC, which is a single elimination tournament, and they have the Snapdragon Pro Series, but we're already in the third out of 4 Open Cups, and so far they have only gained 10 points, which means as of now they would not be in the season finals. And let's take a look at their roster before we keep on talking about their chances. We have Kronos, the captain, then we have Stefan, Yo-Yo23, Rick Hires, Nebrax, and Exorcist. Stefan regularly being the base builder for Tribe Gaming, but he has been performing really well this year on offense as well. So let's see if he has a chance to play in this one, as we are already live with the first attack bash, and it's an E-Drag strike.
E-Drags are really, really quick in this meta. We see a lot of Root Riders, we see a lot of regular dragons, but every once in a while we'll see an Electro Dragon attack that'll come in and it'll be right around that 1 minute attack. Now, I don't personally know a ton about this VNd Esports team, so I'm very interested to see if this is maybe one of their go-to attacks, which in the current meta, I don't think that's a bad thing. I know E-Drags kind of get a bad rap, but I think in the current meta with how fast E-Drags can go, I think this is a really wise play, as the Giant Arrow did take the sweepers in. Now those E-Drags can surge forward right to the middle of the base.
Yeah, you're right there. They can be really quick, but I wonder what Maroon 5's reasoning here was, as he waited very long after the opener to deploy the E-Dragons, more or less 20 seconds, which means we're almost 45 seconds into the attack before the Town Hall takedown. But let's wait and see. He's got 4 Super Barbarians for the back end to speed things up a little bit, sending in the Royal Champion from the right side. And the most important thing would be the Clan Castle going down in the core of the base. Otherwise, some Ice Golems might be lured out later on. So that single E-Drag that is still in the core really has to do this job. Otherwise, yeah, he might be held off a little bit.
Oh, all right. King goes in there. All right, was the Clan Castle already dealt with? I feel like the King's in the radius there. Clan Castle.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah, I think they were already dealt with, but this is actually pretty a fail. Oh wait, here come the ice golems. So he was like right there on the range, but we don't have any more hero abilities. The queen still does have healers. World Champion's gonna go in and take out the multi. It's gonna be a minute 30. Ooh, actually, he's still got the CC, so it's gonna be a little bit longer here. A minute 40s probably here by the time this one. Oh, those E-drags are brutal.
Yeah, it's exactly what we talked about, this clan castle. And look at this, the clan castle was so low on HP. It really cost him like 20 seconds, and then combined with the like 19-20 seconds he took in the beginning, we can see it here in the replay again, for the queen with the giant arrow and the troops on the left side. This could have been a way quicker attack, maybe with a little bit more luck and a little bit of better spell deployment there. But anyways, it's always a hot seat to be on your team doing this first attack. So still good job from Maroon 5 opening with the 3-star.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a little bit slower. Probably going to put them behind against Tribe Gaming, but at least it didn't fail. I mean, how many times have we seen, I mean, even in just this tournament, where we see that first attack be a 2-star and then it's like near impossible to come back from. So getting that 3-star on the board is massive for this team. Now, if you're Tribe and you can put your foot on the gas a little bit, you can really kind of put some pressure on this relatively unknown team and maybe force them into some mistakes.
Yeah, that's right. And if I noted it correctly, we had a 1 minute 43 second strike here. And yeah, that's what Tribe Gaming will have put down in their notebook as well. Because yeah, they are known to 3-star. Of course, it would hurt a lot if they would only get a 2-star. But this is a really rather a rare case for them. So if they get the 3-star, they will sure to make sure to write down this time so they know exactly what they have to get. And maybe even to take a little bit of less of a risk towards the end of this war, if they might be ahead on time a little more than now.
But I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Tribe fails also. I mean, we've seen them eliminated from World Championship qualifier tournaments with just one building, like just one mistake has cost them in the past. And this season, I keep harping on Tribe because it just feels like an uncharacteristic season on them. Like, it just feels like they're just a little bit out of sync. They're a little bit out of whack, so to speak. Rakiras is coming in, one of the best attackers in the game. He is pretty clutch. When we think of Rakiras, we generally think of 3-stars, not even necessarily in a speed meta. He's just a really solid attacker, but the Dragons are surging in along with this Archer Queen right through the middle of the base.
Yeah, and if we compare the time he took to deploy all of the dragons, it was only 9 seconds. So 10 seconds faster than Maroon 5 in his attack before. But now let's take a look at the Town Hall. It has to go down. Nice freeze from Rakiras, making sure it goes down. The balloons are taken out by the Town Hall explosion in combination with the poison, but most of the dragons survive and go to the outside. That is important news for him. He's got the Royal Champion doing work at the bottom of the screen, and there are not many defenses left.
Not at all. And that's one thing we don't talk about enough on this. Like, we bring in the heroes from the top, the king and the queen from the top. We bring in the dragons right away. Then we bring in the royal champion from the bottom. There's so much multitasking going in on any of these given attacks here. And Rakiras gets the job done with a minute 9 seconds. It's going to be a massive lead. But that's one of the things in the Clash Clans esports that's really tough to do. I know I've tried to do this style of a dragon attack, and there's just so much multi-side. Look, the king goes over there on the right, the royal champion comes in on the bottom. You really have to pay attention to everything going on in the base. Yes, it is fast, and yes, it is 3-stars, but at the same time, it takes a lot of talent to manage everything that's going on any given attack at any given time.
Yeah, and that's what's really impressing me the most. I mean, I have been a pro player, but it was never a meta like this where I had to deploy everything so quickly in order to have a shot at winning a match. So the way that these pro players have developed this new skill is really impressive to me. And especially most of all, I would say these rocket balloon attacks with the fireball, as we saw before from Einstein in your very first match. And Kazuma does these hits as well from Navi. He also carried his team a little bit with some sub 1 minute attacks to the golden ticket in the previous monthly qualifier. So that is something that really the best players of the world have adapted to and are able to get the fastest times with.
And it's kind of been interesting to see how the meta has developed. Woody spoke about it a little bit in the first war, where it was like 90 seconds was good. Now it's like 80 seconds. Now it's like 75 seconds. And we see like, it seems like a few times every tournament, we see a less than 1 minute attack. It's not super common. Those are super rare, but those are what decide the wars. When you're able to get that 1 minute, sub 1 minute attack, having that kind of attacker on your team is just such a vital piece.
Exactly, and it gives you confidence, it makes you calm, and that is something that's really important. You cannot underestimate the psychological component in these wars. Of course, the skill, like all of these players have incredible skill and their execution is almost flawless, and the main reason for them to make mistakes is actually pressure, nervousness and stuff like that. Which is why we see players that have been consistent throughout the whole year make mistakes they're not known for example, the World Championship stage, or at a stage like this where you are about to qualify for said World Championship. So that is really something we cannot underestimate. And so far, I feel like Tribe Gaming, they have gotten rid of a little bit of pressure with this very first fast attack from Rikires, being in the lead by over 30 seconds already. And now if we look at VNd Esports' corner, they really have to come back, keep up the pace with Tribe and get in a very fast 3-star now.
Yeah, with the beat of 34-second advantage, that is massive. Nani's coming in here, giant arrow in hand, couple clone spells in here. We'll have to see what's inside that battle blip as he gets in there. Look at the hero equipment there. A traditional setup on the World Champ, well, not necessarily traditional, but the Seeking Shield instead of the Haste Vial with the Hog Puppet. More of the traditional equipment there. I don't know, whenever I think World Champion, I think Seeking Shield no matter what. That's just the go-to OG equipment. I always forget about the World Gem, but here we go. And one thing I noticed again here, Maxi, a little bit of a slow deployment on those dragons.
Yeah, exactly. I was looking at that as well. Some like 19 seconds again. Nice clone spell there in the core of the base, taking care of the town hall and a couple of buildings around that. Still has this raged up in multi-inferno compartment to take care of though. But I think the king did some good work, but not able to take out the monolith here. Queen is down as well, so falling short a little bit on the heroes. Exactly, slow, and I don't even know if he has the power, because there's still a lot of fearsome looking defenses standing.
Yeah, no Haste Vial to speed up the World Champion. She will have the Seeking Shield, which can deal massive damage and even one-shot some of these defenses. But with the dragons fading up top, they're fighting the World Champion. The World Champion's down there on the mono. She's going to get targeted soon. She does go with the Hog Puppet and the Seeking Shield there, but now she's going into a high-pressure area. If this gets through, it's going to be super quick, but I'm worried that this doesn't even make it through.
Yeah, and he misses the single Inferno with the freeze spell. Now he has to hope that the Royal Champion goes invisible. Momentarily she does, but still, I think there are still too many defenses, right?
It's all he has left.
Ah, he's got a shot. Is the Royal Champion or is the Fox target? I think it's the Fox actually, and this might be the thing carrying him through this attack.
Yeah, but it's going to be 230 by the time it's done, if it does get through. So yeah, it might be a 3-star, but 230, I mean, in the meta, that's kind of like having a fail, essentially. Even if this does get through, that is going to be very tough for VNd Esports to overcome. World Champion does finally finish off the last defense, so now she can go ahead and work on all of the resource buildings that are left on the base. We have some collectors, we have some storages. Now she's got to deal with skeletons. Yeah, this is going to be like 240 even. Wow, the time is ticking.
Yeah, that's a really slow attack. One of the slowest 3-stars we have seen, but I think Nani would just be happy that he was able to get that 3-star at all after how this attack went, and it seems like he's about to as the troops come to the last remaining gold storage, and it's a 2-minute 42-second 3-star for them. Definitely good news for Tribe Gaming, but still they need to get the 3-stars in, and we have seen Tribe Gaming struggling in positions where they only needed slow 3-stars as well in the past.
Yeah, I think if you're Tribe Gaming here, you don't really take your foot off the gas. I don't think you go safe. I think you go with the plans that are quick. I think you still do your normal thing, because like you said, we've seen them be in this advantage situation and still have a little pressure get to them and mess up. I think you still just go with the quick plans. Don't try to get too cute. Don't try to overdo it. They're going to be up massive on time. That's a given. but I think the main thing here is you can't afford any mistakes. A 2-star can still give this war away.
Yeah, they can still go with a little bit safer plans here. For example, it is a little bit safer to do a Root Rider attack with 2 overgrowth spells instead of 1, and I think I've recently seen Tribe Gaming do that when they were ahead of time a lot, so let's keep our eyes peeled for something like that happening. But other than that, I completely agree with you. It's good to just keep on what you plan to do, keep on doing what you plan to do anyways. Otherwise, you will just be out of your comfort zone, maybe out of your routine, and that can result in more mistakes that you don't want to do at this point.
Nibrex is going to come in next for us, and we have more dragons coming in here. No clones on this one, but plenty of freezes, 4 total freezes, no overgrowth as well. It does have a couple of earthquakes in here. I missed the hero equipment, so I don't know if we have a fireball or a giant arrow coming in, but with no invisibilities, I think it'll be more likely that it's going to be the giant arrow. Yeah, there it is. Giant arrow right through the middle to take the poison and the rage tower down. So both those spell towers out early is really, really massive, as all the dragons are in again in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, and apart from that, he also did a lot of damage on the town hall and the buildings, like the high hit points structures around the town hall, which you cannot underestimate, because the dragons and balloons will just get through these buildings quicker. Nice warden ability. They're catching all the dragons and all the balloons to the left and the right, and the town hall being secured is very good news for Nebrax, as he's starting with the second stage of the attack, king from the right, and it will only be a couple of seconds before he will deploy the royal champion as well.
Royal Champion does come in from the bottom side. She does have that Hog Puppet and Haste Vial, so she'll be able to speed in there. But the King does surge forward and pull out those 2 Ice Golems, which will cost a few seconds as far as destruction goes. Keep an eye on the Queen on the left-hand side. She is being targeted by that Ricochet cannon, which can deal out massive amounts of damage, but she sustains it really, really well. Now it's all going to collapse into the middle. Look at that Baby Dragon cleaning up. This one's going to be really on par for Tribe Gaming, exactly what they need, keeping pace and keeping the 3 stars rolling.
Yeah, and what I find so impressive about these attacks is how patient these players are with their spells. You could notice that Nebrax had 3 free spells and a rage spell left towards the end of this attack, and that is what probably keeps him that calm, you know, that he knows even with just the royal champion and the queen, he would be able to finish off what's left of this base, as he can just use these spells perfectly, as he did with the freezing this giant cannon, the double cannon, freezing the multi-archer tower and the multi-inferno at the same time. So great job there, and they are living up to the expectations.
Yeah, and that ends up giving them a 1 minute 53 second advantage. Now, they can still fail, they can still 2-star, and then time goes out the window if they do. So if you're Tribe Gaming, the rest of the 3 attacks, the focus has to be just get the 3-star. No matter what it takes, get the 3-star. We got a massive, they basically have a full attack's worth of time as the advantage, so that's not going to be an issue for them. It's just really don't make any silly mistakes, make sure the plans are solid, go over the plans, and secure this victory. Now, if you're VND, I think you just got to do your thing. You got to play your game and just hope for a Tribe mistake at this point.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams were able to prepare exactly for their opponent, and while VNd Esports is a lesser known team, that probably was an advantage for VNd Esports, as there are a lot of videos out there and streams on Tribe Gaming where you can really analyze what they do and what kind of entries they like to do in their attacks. So maybe the base builders of VNd were able to spot some recurring patterns in Tribe's attack, and they are able to kind of force them into a certain entry and then bait, for example, a blimp that is supposed to take down the town hall. So something like that is what they should hope for right now. And apart from that, I wanted to emphasize how important it is for Tribe to keep calm now, because this is a situation that many teams find themselves in, not just once in a quarterfinal like this, but also in high value matches. For example, today in the China Golden Ticket Tournament final match, we had the exact or a similar situation where a team failed their first attack, so the opponent FTMY had to get safe 3-stars all the way, and to practice that in a situation like that for Tribe Gaming can be very valuable.
Oh yeah, 100% agreed. I mean, having that knowledge to come back from that situation, maintain that situation, not necessarily come back, but to just kind of secure the victory in that situation is massive. And we've seen, I mean, Tribe has had that advantage situation before and let it slip away. So it's a tough thing to do. I mean, we talk about it all the time, and it sounds really easy to do. Just go out there and get 3 stars. But I mean, with all that's on the line, I mean, we're talking about spots in the World Championships, lots and lots of prize pool. It's very easy for the pressure to get to you. Chirag does finally get the Town Hall down here. The clone balloons kind of missed it. Dragons are working around the outside. Here comes the World Champion to join the party, but look at all of the resource buildings here on the left-hand side. Something is going to have to circle back there, and that's going to cost a lot of time, as this one's already over a minute right now.
Yeah, and so many skelly traps, so it seems like Tribe Space Builders were expecting a Royal Champion to come in from that angle exactly. And look, the Royal Champion is not able to take out any defense buildings there while she is targeting the skellies. And because of that, Chirag now only has the Queen and a Dragon alive. And this is not looking very good there. He has the Queen ability, okay, but he has to at some point get through the wall to go to this scatter shot. Does he use the Queen ability in time? No, he uses it too late, and he's not even able to keep the Queen alive. And this will 100% be a fail now, because there are too many defenses left.
And nothing really to get him out except for the Grand Warden, who's going to be targeted by this air defense soon. Not to mention the Archer Tower is going to target that Grand Warden and take him out. Spirit Fox is going to be able to work over there and left and get a few more percentage points, but with this being a 2-star fail, oh, that is pretty much going to be all but donezo here for VNd Esports. They are just struggling against these Tribe bases. The Dragons just kind of fell in there. The Heroes didn't get through, and it's looking like 87%. Maybe Spirit Fox is able to grab one more building, but it is a 2-star fail, and that leaves the door wide open for Tribe Gaming.
That's right, and it was so rough to watch there, as Chirag obviously just misjudged the damage raining onto his Queen from the scatter shot. But we know at Town Hall 16 there are some defenses that do immense damage, like the Monolith and like the max level scatter shots as well. Same for the Giant Cannon. So if you're late with your Queen ability and you are not bringing the OG equipments with her, she can die in the ability when a shot of one of those defenses is still in the air while you use the ability. And that's exactly what happened there, which is why he fell short. Because I think if he would have had the Queen survive this corner there, he might have still had the shot at 3-starring, because the Queen could have targeted the wall outside of the range of the scatter shot, then being full life, healed up by the healers, and then take it out. So very, very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed, as it gets to 2-star, 89%. And now Tribe, all they have to do is get pretty much any kind of 3-star. I still think you kind of stay in your comfort zone. You don't change up the plan too much. You still go for those relatively quick attacks, but maybe play just a little bit safer. No risky plans or anything like that. Tribe Gaming should be able to get the victory here and move forward in our tournament. Realistically, if you're Tribe Gaming, at minimum, you want a 2nd place finish here today. I think a 2nd place finish gets them to up to 60 points, and I feel like that might be enough to sneak into our grand finals. You don't necessarily need to win to get into the grand finals. You just need to have enough points to get in there. With them having 10, if they can get 2nd place, that'll bump them up to 60. I think that might be just enough for them. But let's see what Kronos does. Here you go, Max. You talked about it. 2 overgrowths with the Root Riders.
Yep, exactly. And it's also interesting for other teams that are scouting Tribe to see what type of attack strategies they are bringing if they want to stay in their comfort zone. And I think it's mainly going to be Root Rider attacks like this one and Dragon attacks like the one from Nebrax we just saw. Yeah, the Kronos will use the first Overgrowth spell in just a minute after using the Warden ability, maybe now for the Town Hall Monolith and multis. There we go. And now he has to keep his heroes alive. Queen on the right side is struggling a little bit. Maybe he needs to freeze. But other than that, it's looking great.
Oh yeah, everything is going right to plan here for Kronos. Just kind of destroying the base little by little, kind of progressing from that bottom right side to the top left. I love it when an attack just kind of decimates a base all in unison like this. Now they will close in here as those final 2 overgrowths do expire, and the heroes and Root Riders will be able to finish off these last couple of compartments with no issue. And even though this was a, so to speak, safer plan, I mean, look at the time here. He's waiting on the overgrowth, but he basically had everything else down within a minute. So a relatively still quick attack here for Kronos.
Yeah, absolutely. The second overgrowth spell will make this attack, or in general makes this type of attack a little slower. I think the max overgrowth duration is 23 seconds. So if you think about it, having like around 46 seconds for the overgrowth, and you use it after like 40-45 seconds, you're already at a 1 minute and 30 second attack. And I think that's roughly where Kronos' attack finished.
28 seconds on a max overgrowth there, Maxi. 28.
Oh, 28, yeah. Well,
Yep.
even more so then.
Yeah, even more time. But not a big deal here. Tribe Gaming does have the massive advantage, not only on time now, but now up with extra stars. They really have a lot of wiggle room in this war. So this one is theirs to lose, so to speak. Not trying to speak bad about VNd Esports, it's just kind of the way it goes in esports. You never know what's going to happen in any given war, and all it takes is one mistake, and unfortunately for them, that last attack was their mistake. They had that 2-star, which, I mean, honestly, like you said, if that queen makes it through there, that had a chance to 3-star, just a little bit of an unlucky break for them.
Yeah, and it's actually very good to see Tribe being able to just safely 3-star. As we said, time and time again, they have had this situation where they were not able to do that. So we still see a little bit of development in a year that so far has not exactly gone the way they would have liked it to, especially with not qualifying for the World Championship. And now, as their chances are thinning out, they really have to be at their A game for the remaining chances, especially for the Snapdragon Pro Series. And so far, it's looking good for them. If they will be able to win this one, as it's looking at the moment, they will gain at least another 25 points. And make their way up on the scoreboard at least. But of course, they want to get that position in the season final directly by winning today, and I think that's what their big goal is.
And there's still some very tough competition left here today. Now, this war probably feels a little easier for them with the way it's shaped up so far, but you have some really, really strong teams in the wings waiting for you, as we'll see later on in the tournament. So if you're Tribe, you don't want to kind of phone it in too much. You want to stay on your toes. You want to be ready for those next teams. You have, in my opinion, Tribe, to be safe, has to make it to the finals here today. I mean, we do have one more cup next week, so they can still make it back and get more points there. But I think if you're Tribe, your goal is second place at minimum here today, if not winning this Open Cup. TG Aman is coming in here. We do have more dragons. We got some rocket loons in there. We got a couple of clone spells. There goes the giant arrow from the queen, taking out the sweeper in the middle, along with some of the buildings around it as well. So a very nice opener. Let's see if we can get these dragons rolling in here a little bit quickly. Does use the rocket loons to take out that air defense, and a little bit quicker here, about 15-16 seconds, and all the dragons are in.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a progress for their attacks, looking a little bit faster, but we know the situation has changed from the beginning of this match as the clone spell is a little bit out of range of the balloons, and not a single balloon gets cloned up, and he doesn't even get the town hall, so that's a big problem now. And even though they don't, they have had a 2-star already, they can really not allow themselves for another fail. They would have needed the safe 3-star now, but everything is pathing around this core. There are still 2 giant cannons left up. He's trying to send the Royal Champion into the core of the base, direct her towards that town hall, but of course she is luring out the ice golems, and this looks like he's very nervous and very hectic right now.
Yeah, just off a little bit on those clones, which is so easy to do. The clones don't have as big of a radius as the other spells like Rage Spell when you put it down. So it's very easy to miss the clones, and that's what we see here. He should be able to get the 2-star, secure that at least, but I don't think he's going to have enough in the tank here to finish it off for a 3-star, and it's going to be a low 2-star at that. This may be the nail in the coffin for VNd Esports.
Yeah, I think you are right there. I just checked their scores, and they, in the last 2 matches leading into this quarter-final, they had perfect wars. So these guys are really able to 3-star any type of base, but it seems like It's either Tribe Gaming's defenses, or it's just the pressure that has gotten into their heads. Now we see the attack is not running anymore. He probably force quit the game as he didn't want to watch that single dragon anymore. But we know already that he doesn't have the firepower to finish this off. There we go. This one dragon and archer will die in just a little bit of time, finishing around the 80% mark. So the second 2-star for Aman. And at the same time, we have another quarterfinal going on. It is STMN Esports versus Dizi x Cenizos. And it's looking good for STMN in this one, as they have a 65-second average after 3 attacks. And Dizi x Cenizos is getting 3 stars around the 1 minute 40 mark. But we will keep you guys updated about this other match as well, as in this match it's going to be decided who will be the opponent of this match's winner in the semifinals.
Yeah, that war looks really exciting. As I see on our scoreboard, Darkstar with a 56-second attack. I wonder if that was a Rocket Loon Fireball attack. I wonder what that was. Unfortunately, we did miss that, but we will see the winner of that matchup a little bit later on, looking like they will play against Tribe Gaming. So maybe we'll see some of those tricks being pulled out in that matchup. We still have lots of action here. This is just our second matchup of the day out of 5. Remember, every match will be a single elimination matchup, so our losers will be walking home. They will earn some points for our tournament, but it's still a long road to that grand final. So we still have one more Open Cup next weekend, next Sunday. It'll be 4 hours later than we started today. So whatever time zone you are in, it'll be 4 hours later than that. So make sure you guys subscribe, follow, have all that stuff on. That way you don't miss that action when we come back next week. But we still got tons of action here today. I know this war's kind of been phoned in a little bit, so to speak. Exodus is going to look to help put this away. We do have Root Riders with a jump. Going to jump the king in somewhere perhaps, and then use the Overgrowth to protect us.
Yeah, and this is Exorcist's, I would say, comfort zone attack strategy. Ever since the beginning of the Root Riders, he has been been using them very often, and I think he is almost perfect with this attack strategy. He has a Golem supporting the king on the right side, so he can get even more value with this jump spell into almost the core of the base, at least into the Town Hall compartment. At the same time, the Root Riders come in at the top side. Now, great position there off the Overgrowth spell, but at some point he has to get back into this Town Hall compartment.
Yeah, he should be fine though. There's tons of troops. He's cut the pathing pretty well. Queen is down there on the bottom. She's looking pretty strong. So everything is looking fine here. It's pathing around a little bit, but remember, I mean, they have a essentially 2-star advantage here. So he does have a little wiggle room. I'm not saying he's going to fail, but he does have a little bit of wiggle room in case things do tighten up. This should get through for 3 stars. He still has the World Champion Seeking Shield. Town Hall does now fall, and it's going to be another 3-star for Tribe Gaming. Trying to add a little bit of drama when it's not needed. Let's be honest here. Tribe Gaming going to coast to the victory in this war.
Yeah, Royal Champion ability just being used when there are just 2 buildings left, so he could have used that even earlier, but finishing there with a very solid 1 minute 26-second attack. So Tribe, even though they don't need to be fast, they are still doing very consistently solid attack times. We can see it on the right side. Their average before this hit was 1 minute 19. It will be around 1 minute 20 now, but that is still very impressive, and they don't need to aim any higher than that.
Yeah, and if they end up having to go up against STMN, you kind of want to keep your pace up quickly, especially if you're hearing what's going on in that matchup and how fast STMN is going. You definitely don't want to phone it in too much. You got to stay on your toes. You got to stay warmed up. That way you can keep pace with them. I think our next couple matches, we're going to see a lot of fast attacks. I still want to know what happened with Darkstar's attack that was 54 seconds. That's crazy fast.
Yeah, exactly. And I checked in the meantime. I think that it was the fastest attack so far in this season of the Snapdragon Pro series.
So too.
We've had Dreamwalker before with a 57-second attack, which I think we showed on stream as well. But now 56 seconds, that should be the new record. But who knows? As you said, we still have 3 more matches coming after this one, and we might be even faster than this at some point.
Yeah, it seems like the bar is always being lowered for that fastest attack, the world record, so to speak. I mean, these guys can go really quick. I mean, we saw a 58-second attack, so they are I said they're rare, but they are becoming a little bit more common as these players are getting a little bit more familiar with the hero equipment and which combinations can go quickly, how to use them properly. Not necessarily properly, because you can use hero equipment properly and still not get a 1-minute attack. It's how to use them in those really creative ways to get those fast attacks.
Yeah, but it's exactly that. The hero equipments and combining them with spells, for example, or combining 2 hero abilities like the fireball and the giant arrow from the queen, or even a spiky ball from the king with the giant arrow, or with an earthquake spell or some lightning spells. And that's exactly what these pros are, I think, still testing with. Because if you would, keep this going until the infinity, you could do earthquake zap spells, you could do giant arrow, you could do the spiky ball, the fireball, and what does the royal champion have? The what's it called?
Shield.
Seeking Shield, exactly. So if you combine all of these, or maybe in different ways, there could be like tables where you put in which buildings have how many hit points and which could be taken down and so on, because Clash has just gotten at the highest level so detailed and so complicated in the details for these pro players that I think there's always that little bit of room of improvement for them.
And it's really fun just to see how they do come up with these combinations, because it's stuff that a lot of us wouldn't really think of. I know, like, I try to play around with fireballs and I try to use, 3 invisibilities, and I just mess it all up. So watching the pros do it, it's so much more fun than us average players out here trying to get creative and just kind of make fools of ourselves. But Prince Mohit is coming in next. We do have Root Riders with the Valkyries. I think this might be the first ground attack for them. They've been all dragons and electro dragons thus far. So let's see what they can do when they bring it down to earth with some Root Riders and Valkyries.
Yes, and some druids in the mix as well. We see them more and more often, and I think you pointed it out in our first match from Synchronic versus HTM Esports. We saw them as well, as they just provide some nice healing and in the beginning and tanking afterwards. And so far, Priyan's Mohit seems to be doing a good job. Nice freeze there on the Headhunters out of the clan castle, so the queen is not being taken out by them. He has to get into the core of the base, and I think momentarily he will use the overgrowth spell on the town hall.
Yep, right as you called it, overgrowth comes in. We do have the super minions out of the clan castle. I love the super minion play out of a siege barracks. They're able to take to this guy, and remember those first few shots they get a little bit of extra distance, not to mention they can just deal massive amounts of damage. So I love that. Sometimes we'll see super hogs paired up there. We'll see a lot of different combinations. And I think the super minion play is just one of my personal favorites. This one is looking really good. This is looking really on pace and how an attack should look in the current meta. Still a little bit on the slower side as it's a 1:30, but for the most part, this looks like how it shapes up generally for most of these attacks. Ooh, misses the town hall there though with the freeze though.
Yeah, not the best free spell there, but he should have enough juice there. Queen in the center of the base, Royal Champion with her Hawks still alive, and there goes the last defense, the Multi-Inferno, and it is a finishing 3-star for VNd Esports, once again showing what they are made of, their nice finishing touch. But Tribe Gaming, they only need the 1-star, maybe the 2-star to win now, as that means VNd Esports will finish on 13 stars, but still a great showing by them, and maybe we will see more of them in the coming tournaments.
Yeah, I like that attack a lot because it shows they know how to use the current meta attacks. It shows they know what they're doing here. I think there was a little bit of doubt, at least in my mind. I was like, oh, maybe they just had an easy run, but they're kind of showing how they got here. Like you mentioned, they had nothing but perfect wars coming in. So maybe it is, kind of being on the bigger stage. Maybe it is going up against a Tribe Gaming. Those nerves get to you. But that's the one nice thing about the Snapdragon Pro Series is it's a really nice, easy foray into esports for Clash of Clans. So you get that experience, you learn, and you come back stronger. You come back with your team and you're able to improve. And they can come back next week and maybe we'll see them again on our broadcast. Who knows?
Exactly, and they will at least have collected a couple of points. I think 10 points, yep, for getting here to this quarterfinal, and they have put their name out there, and that is also something of immense value for a team that, you know, is only getting started and has not been in a competitive scene for as long as, for example, Tribe Gaming or some other big players' names that we have in here. And to give you guys at home an update from another big name match, STMN Esports versus Dizi Esports, or Dizi X Cenizos, excuse me. We saw a fail in this one from Dizi X Cenizos, a 2-star from Alex, unfortunately, which puts STMN Esports in the lead, and they are at 12 stars out of 4 attacks with an impressive average duration of 1 minute and 6 seconds. So we might see them in the semifinals, and I will be very excited to see what they bring and how they can do those fast attacks. But now let's focus on Tribe's last attack, as Yo-Yo is bringing the finishing touch for them.
Here he comes in with some more Root Riders. We do have Valkyries. Look at the Golem in there to help tank for the King. Spiky Ball surges all the way to the top scattershot compartment. World Champion's going to join the party, and then he's going to make his way around to the Town Hall. He's kind of just going to collapse his base from all sides here. He does have the one overgrowth he can use on the Town Hall and Monolith if he so decides. Yep, just right in there on the Expo as well towards the right. So a very nice opener here from Yo-Yo. He's just got to wrap around and finish this one off.
Yeah, looking really strong, being very calm, very patient, and doesn't seem like he has too much pressure. Remember, he needs the 2-star to win. A 1-star will not be enough, so that Town Hall, after the overgrowth runs out, will have to be taken out. Nice freeze there, catching the cannon and the enemy Archer Queen. And he's got so many troops alive, Bash. There's no doubt he will finish this base and 3-star it.
But imagine if it was a 1-star, the drama, it would have been crazy. Okay, no, it's not even close to a 1-star. Yo-Yo just overpowers Prince Mohit's base here. It's about 1 minute 24, 25, 26, 1 minute 26 second attack for Yo-Yo, but just playing it a little bit safe there and getting the 3-star, getting the victory. It is a perfect war for Tribe Gaming as they will advance in our tournament. GG's to VNd Esports as they will be eliminated here in our first round.
Yeah, GG's to them. Great job, and yeah, nice to cast a team that is a little lesser known here as well, and giving them some screen time and, you know, all the fame that they have earned by making their way through the bracket yesterday in our day 1 of this Open Cup. And Tribe Gaming still finishing with a 1 minute 21 average. We know this is not what these teams aim for, but we said it time and time again. They were just going for the safe 3-stars, so they got the job done exactly as was requested from them. And they find themselves in the semifinals now, where they will most likely be facing STMN Esports.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just what you got to do. Play it a little bit safer. They didn't really go too conservative with it. They just kind of had a little bit safer entries. We did see the 1 double overgrowth, which did cost maybe 10 seconds there, but it's kind of that situational awareness. You have to know what's going on in the war. You have to know what your opponent is doing. They jumped out to a 2-minute advantage early, so they were really in control throughout this whole war. So props to them for kind of recognizing that and moving it forward. As we take a look at our updated bracket here, we do have HTM Esports against Dizi in our semis, and then Tribe Gaming, and it looks like they're going to be playing STMN, assuming STMN doesn't make any mistakes, as Dizi X Cenizos did have that 2-star fail. So the bracket is shaping up here, Maxi.
Yes, it is, and in fact I just got word that STMN Esports were able to 3-star also their last attack, so they have 15 stars now, and there is no way Dizi X Cenizos can still catch up with them. So it will in fact be Tribe Gaming versus STMN Esports in our second semi-final match. But before that, of course, we will watch a team that we've seen already today, and that is none other than the current world champions, formerly known as Clash Champs, and now they go by the name of HTM Esports, and they will be facing Dizi Esports in the first semi-final next.
Yeah, and that matchup was really fun to watch for HTM, coming back, winning it on the final attack from Bernal. Well, obviously, we didn't see Dizi Esports play, but we've seen them in previous weeks of our tournament, and we also see them in other tournaments. We just did get full confirmation here that STMN got the victory, so it will be 100% official. Tribe Gaming versus STMN there in our lower semis.
Yeah, great job. And we know it's a single elimination, so we have to say goodbye to the 4 teams that have lost so far. But we have 4 more in store that are fighting for the placement in the season finals. And we will watch the first semifinals after a short break, so make sure to stay with us. Welcome back everyone to the Snapdragon Pro series there. We had just seen all of our quarterfinals and will now jump into the semifinals with just 4 teams left. And I welcome back Woody from his well-deserved break. How are you doing, Woody?
Hey, it's great to be back, Maxi. What an incredible match we have seen from our last round. You know, still a pretty confident victory for Tribe, and that's what a lot of people out there were expecting. A team that has been in every World Championship except 2020 and is really highly anticipated to make a run back to the top, but they need to get a silver ticket first, and in order to do that, they have to go to the Open Finals, and in order to do that, they have to win this tournament. Either that or accumulate a lot of points both this week and next, because they only have 10 right now and need to make an impressive run with very little time left to do it. It's going to take a lot of wins like the one we just saw for Tribe to move on.
Yeah, and their next opponent is a very tough one with STMN Esports, but that's not the match we're focusing on right now. It's rather the one on the top of the screen, Dizi Esports versus HTM Esports. Also, two big names. We have a stacked semi-final here in the Open Cup number 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. And Dizi Esports have had an average time of 1 minute and 10 seconds, while HTM Esports have had an average time of 1 minute and 16 seconds. So very close, but we can already expect that it will come down to time again between those two teams. They are just so consistent, Woody. It's impressive.
Yeah, very, very tight match, and really looking forward to this one up ahead. A team that is the reigning world champions and holding on to a silver ticket up against a squad that's a little bit behind them, but has been really accumulating a lot of respect in the community, particularly this year for their performances across the board. Dizi X Nizos has also had showings in the World Championship qualifier, so a sister clan that's right there at that same level of competition brings a lot of opportunities for both of those teams to synergize and learn from each other. So a fantastic org. Really looking to take HTM Brazil to task in this next round. It's going to be an Angry Jelly on the Barbarian King to get some targeting on defenses early on. Haven't seen too many of those yet today, but they have been gaining in popularity across the meta. Nice poison spell as well to shut down the enemy CC as the Root Riders get their setup perfectly funneled on that bottom left compartment.
Yeah, we're diving right into the action, guys. No waiting for you at home. We have a poison spell in the center of the base where there's also a lot of damage raining onto those Root Riders. So I'm excited to see how well they can get through the core of the base. Luckily, the Queen and the King pulling said poison spell on the left side of the base. Yuita making a good run through this base so far. He had a 1 minute and 8 second attack in their first match against VNd Esports, and it seems like he will be finishing this one pretty quickly. Again, has a nice rage spell there once again. Where is he going to use it? On the Royal Champion. Just a couple of buildings left, and Woody, that's the first triple.
Magnificent triple at that, holding on to those spells to the very end to keep those troops happy and healthy. That is going to be a snazzy 3-star to start things off for Ueda of Dizi Esports, looking like he was just not even at the 80-second mark. So great job on damage, great job on time, great job on versatility, keeping those spells until the very end and being able to drop them where they mattered the most. Really heads up play there from Dizi, and happy to see them off to a strong start against a squad that performed extraordinarily well in the first round. HTM Brazil made a come from behind performance to get the win over Synchronic, in case you missed that one earlier. So certainly would expect to see this one go to the very end, and the possibility is very high for another perfect v perfect war. So that means that HTM Brazil have to strike hard and fast. No time to spare against a Dizi squad that just put up a lightning fast performance.
Yeah, I've written down 1 minute 13 for this first attack, so great job here already applying some pressure onto HTM Esports, and they have to step up their game a little bit from the first match if they want to keep up with that speed. And I wonder if they will be switching some attack strategies maybe, or at least you know, doing something different about how they approach them. For example, we just saw a Root Rider attack from Dizi Esports that finished with 1 minute 13. Tribe Gaming used Root Rider attacks, but they only had to get save 3 stars that were about 1 minute 25-ish. So you can really see a difference there, and I think it is also because of the risk that you take. If you bring 1 or 2 overgrowth spells, how many super barbarians and how many root riders you bring. So it's really that balance that each of those players has to get right before their attack. And yeah, to find the perfect balance between risk and safety, between the possibility of a very fast strike and a safe 3-star, that is really what it's all about in this current meta.
Yeah, even bringing just that 1 overgrowth spell can be a sacrifice and cause a little bit of a time confusion. Sometimes we've even seen attacks where the overgrowth spell is preventing the attacking troops from doing anything at all because there's no buildings left. So bringing 2 overgrowths is really a lot of overkill that would super deny the time advantage to any team that has still got to compete for that tiebreaker. We're going to go back to Achilles now, who's going to be maintaining that ground-based push, and he does bring the 1 overgrowth spell for these root riders, starting off with the siege barracks in the bottom left, alongside a royal champion bringing that spirit fox, an excellent pet that has really found a great positioning with a royal champion, especially with the equipments that she's been having most often that emphasize her high DPS and support with hot riders coming in to back her up. That really requires keeping her invisible and avoiding any damage that she can, because there's no big recovery from her ability. She does pop it right there relatively early on as the king is starting to smash in toward the town hall. The main force of this army still relatively safe in the core as the overgrowth is protected from them for most damage, Maxi.
Yeah, the town hall was up quite long there, but the king was able to finally take it down. I think it was a great exhibit here from Achilles, how you can differ a little bit from the regular type of root rider strategy where you overgrowth the town hall. In this case, he brought the king to take out the town hall with the jump spell and overgrowth a high damage area of the base. Now he's looking really, really fast, and that is even more valuable as a first attacker, as an opening attacker. But okay, it's thinning out, or not thinning out, but slowing down a little bit, and he's not able to keep up with the speed that Ueda brought in his first attack. He's over 1 minute 20 to 1 minute 25, so that means they are already 12 seconds behind.
Yeah, tricky funneling, I think. Even though it looked really good at the start, it kind of left an awkward pathing for the last few buildings on that base. I was starting to wonder if the Royal Champion was still up, because she does so well at taking down the last few structures, since she can hop over walls and has really high DPS, focusing down on defenses. She was still up. And so she just was kind of clumped up with the rest of the troops, and it's really a lot better if you can kind of get her at a different positioning so that the troops that are already knocking down walls can finish out the buildings that they're already working on, while the Royal Champion hops from compartment to compartment to take down the remainder of those structures. Still, it's going to be a competitive finish here for HTM Brazil, and exactly what we saw from them in the first war that they fought with, starting off a little bit slow, but still giving them enough of a time match to come back in the end. So advantage for Dizi Esports, but not one that I think would be comfortable for them in any regard. They got to keep up the pace if they want to knock down the world champions, Maxi.
Yes, that's for sure, but I'm still very impressed on how Achilles is doing, because he has not been on the lineup for HTM Esports last year when they won the World Championship. He came into the team after Picastro left it and went over to Na'Vi this year, and Achilles has really been very consistent for HTM Esports. And you know, it's hard if you come into a team like this that was the best team in the world last year, and you have to kind of, you know, make a role for yourself there and kind of show that you are able to keep up with their skill that they have proven time and time again. And Achilles is doing exactly that. Not only is he getting consistent 3-stars, but he's also their opening attacker. So the attack spot where the pressure is usually the highest, and he is still able to deliver over and over again. And even though it wasn't the fastest 3-star, I think it was still very good for them to be calm, to know that they are in the right spot in this match, and they still have 4 attacks to catch up on time, and their opponents still have 4 attacks to get slow 3-stars. So they will know that anything is still possible.
Well, up next will be the next round of combat, with Dizi back in the driver's seat as the second to strike. HTM Brazil have had some difficult bases for their last few opponents to take down quickly, and so I think we'll really start to see in the mid-war which of these teams is going to be gaining an advantage. An aggressive drop for an Archer Queen paired with an Angry Jelly. Highly unusual combination here, but backing her up with a healer puppet does give her a little bit more survivability and lets her target onto some really important structures early on. The Eagle Artillery going down and getting a nice big long giant arrow cutting through that base, Maxi.
Yeah, nicely spotted there with the Angry Jelly on the Queen, and he is not waiting on anything. I Am Trotino going in hard and heavy there, already taking out the core. He even has the Earthquake boots on the King, opening up a compartment for him, and there's not much left on his base. He is so quick, still has a rage spell in the back, a couple of heroes he has to worry about, but I think he will just rage on the right side now. There we go, and he can maybe even finish under 1 minute. We have to wait and see, but this is very impressive use of the Root Riders specifically.
Wow, well, it's going to be a little bit of a Maxi jinx here. Can't quite get just under 1 minute, but still a minute and 4 or minute 5 seconds is an extraordinarily fast attack. And Dizi Esports, already ahead in the first round of combat, have shown us once again that they are ready to make those risky picks on pets, hero equipment, and positioning to gain an advantage on time early on. Now they can be very circumspect, even just like slow, thoughtful about their third, fourth, and fifth attacks, guaranteeing those solid 3-star strikes and not having to take any hyper risky opportunities. It's now HTM Brazil, the reigning world champions, I'll say it again, that have got to pull some magic out of their hat and show us a way to get even quicker attacks on the board, because with such a big deficit on time now in the first 2 rounds of combat, Dizi Esports seem like the team to beat.
Yeah, they are really pushing hard, and they are putting a lot of pressure onto HTM Brazil. I mean, maybe even, you know, pushing them to their limits, as they have to try to be even faster than they usually are to keep up with the time differential here. But I looked at the times just now from our first match, and we had 2 players from them under 70 seconds. Patolino was able to finish in, or Pato as he's called nowadays, to finish in 65 seconds, and Bernal in 69 seconds. So if these 2 players are able to show that pace again this round, then they still might have a shot. But you know, if Dizi Esports keep on tripling that fast, there's really no way that HTM Esports can catch up to them.
Yeah, out of the 8 teams competing in the quarterfinal round, we saw Dizi Esports in second place with an average of 1 minute and 10 seconds on their attacks. Certainly quicker than HTM Esports in their first round with a 1 minute and 16 second hit. So definitely expecting to continue to see more speed from Dizi Esports. The only team that actually beat them out in terms of time for the first round was Stamina Esports at the 1 minute and 7 second mark, including a hit from Darkstar that was shorter than a minute. Really incredibly quick performances here, and just giving even more credence to the belief that you got to have fast strikes if you want to win these wars in the upper echelons of Clash of Clans esports. It's such an offensively oriented meta game that you cannot assume that 15 stars is going to be enough.
Yeah, exactly that. That's where we find ourselves at in the current meta. And looking at the quarterfinals, out of 8 teams, 6 of them were able to get a perfect war there. So that really shows the the state of the competition that we are at. Every single team that is in the semifinals has gotten a perfect war today. And also looking at HTM Brazil's performance yesterday, they had 15 stars in every single match they played.
Wow.
But, you know, as you said, 15 stars might not be enough. And Leo has to get a fast 3-star now in this attack.
Big, heavy lightning and earthquake strike into the core of the base, or maybe just earthquake actually, with a giant arrow to cut in through as well. Does not take down the clan castle though, and so I'm kind of wondering if that was enough value to justify that big investment. Strange start so far from Leo, but let's see what he can pull out next. He's got a lot of rage and free spells to be able to take another big chunk out of these defenses, but I'm thinking that did not go the way he planned, Maxi.
Yeah, he still has created a good funnel so far. Royal Champion doing a great job on the right side. He now uses the ward ability as the Root Riders get into the core of the base where there's a lot of damage from these 3 multi-infernos. Nice poison on the mass archer CC, and oh, there's also a witch in the mix. But that means that Dizi Esports expected a dragon attack on this base, because this type of clan castle is usually able to slow down dragon attacks very much. But this is not slow at all. Quite the opposite, Woody. We just passed the 1 minute mark. Unfortunately, Tornado Trap slowing Leo down just a little bit, but he finishes in 1 minute and 11 seconds. Exactly what they needed now.
Yeah, beautiful follow-up there. It's going to reduce their overall average time, but still not ahead of Dizi Esports. 1 minute and 11 seconds is the second fastest attack in this war so far, and Leo can be very happy, though, that even if things didn't really seem to start out perfectly, he did get a lot of damage in on that core and didn't face very much resistance along the backside of that strike. So maybe not perfect tactics, but beautiful strategy from him, and it's going to keep HTM Brazil competitive in this match, looking like an overall 10-second advantage for Dizi Esports out of the first 2 hits. So still a very solid start for Dizi, and they've got some great strikers to follow up later on. They've got Juan, Kai, and Zubaidi still left to bring to bear. On the champs side of this round, though, HTM Esports still with Celinho, one of the quickest attackers in the whole game, Pato, and Bernal in TC, one of the most clever attackers and brilliant use of queen charges in a lot of his attacks to get excellent value deep into the base. Can't say that that's necessarily an attack style that's favored in the current metagame, but still, he finds ways to get amazing value where it seems really difficult to pull off. If the Japanese teams have really favored the Grand Warden Fireball, I still think that this Brazilian squad has got some excellent ways to shave off seconds here and there that can still keep them competitive on both time and, of course, putting up 15 stars every war. So what do you think so far out of the first 2 attacks from both of these teams? Is it really decisively in Dizi's favor, or is HTM Brazil going to do the same thing they did last war and come back in the later edge of this war?
Yeah, that's a very tough question. I think we have to wait and see. It's not really, it's really hard to answer that, but I think that they will be quicker on average than their first attack. Achilles, unfortunately, with the 1 minute 25 second attack, was a little bit on the slower side of things there, and that is usually what you want to avoid at this stage. We always talk about this magical limit of the 80 seconds. You don't want to get over that, but I think they are still within reach of getting the victory here, as they showed with their second attack. They are 19 seconds behind right now, but still 3 more attacks from Dizi Esports. So I would say everything is possible. Nice trap there. Kai using a baby dragon on the left archer tower and finding a black mine immediately. So that means that HTM Brazil were expecting a baby dragon drop at this exact spot there. And what's interesting is that Kai is going into the town hall. So let's see if the Warden can catch most of the E-dragons with this ability. No.
Not going to be able to catch it all, but still, those Electro Dragons are getting excellent chain lightning value on the outer edge here and have taken very little damage thanks to the Eternal Tome popped off early. The Stone Slammer's about to go down, and it's going to be balloons inside along with another Electro Dragon trying to take out that enemy scatter shot. Not quite able to do so yet, but the lightning is going to be able to finish it off. Still, it's going to be a lot of work for cleanup still. Lots of heroes ready to bring to bear their abilities, and the core of the base has been annihilated, but it's going to be a long, long time before a 3-star can be possible for this hit. Dizi Esports are going to be now falling very far behind on time against HTM with a tricky base to finish off.
Yeah, the spiky ball speeding things up just a little bit, but we have 5 storages still up and the 1 minute 20 mark is already over. So exactly what we just talked about. You don't want to be over 1 minute and 20 seconds, but every single hit is a possibility to do just that. And as Kai finishes in 1 minute 33 seconds, it opens the door exactly as HTM Brazil would have hoped for, with just about 1 minute and 10, 1 minute and 14 second attack. They could now catch up and even things out in this match.
Very interesting mid-war now, as Kai, with the slowest attack out of the 5 we've seen so far, is going to increase the average attack time for Dizi Esports to 1 minute and 16 seconds. Still an advantage for Dizi Esports, if you can believe it, but only by 2 seconds now against an HTM Esports squad that has been able to make comeback wins by consistent, quick attacks across the board. This is going to be a very tough mid-war for Dizi to hold on to their lead, with Celino, Pato, and Bernal still up to bat later on. Still, it's 3 stars all across the board so far, and Juan and Zubaidi certainly had some great hits in the last match against VNd Esports. Juan coming in with the fastest attack on the entire lineup with a 1 minute and 6 second strike, and be sure to keep this an interesting close war toward the end. Zubaidi with the middle of the pack at 1 minute and 10 seconds is no slouch either. So really expecting to see some quick strikes from all 5 of the remaining players and keeping this war contested to the very end, Maxi.
So am I, and I'm going to... it's going to be interesting to see if Bernal or Celino will be the finishing attacker for HTM Brazil. Usually it has been Celino for years now, in the World Championship as well. He was their most experienced member. I think he was the team captain, and he was always able to, you know, hold show what he's got even under the highest pressure as their last attacker. But today Bernal has done their last attack, and I don't know if they just, you know, go with the flow, go with whoever has found their plan first, or if they maybe are shifting that throughout this year and having another finishing attacker, maybe because Bernal is little more has a little more diversity in his approaches, or maybe he can be a little bit faster, and sometimes very fast attacks are needed towards the end. So that's going to be interesting to see. Apart from that, we have Pato and Bernal still up, and they were the fastest attackers for HTM. And in fact, indeed, Celino is not going to be the last attacker. He's coming in now with another spiky ball and a dragon attack.
Giant Arrow cuts through the core of the base and gets a great shot at some really important defenses there. Taking down an enemy air sweeper is really important, as these dragons want to go as quick as possible with no delays at all. Does see a lot of archers streaming out of the CC, and is a little bit slow to drop the poison spell, but he does get it down, and they are going to start to take a lot of damage while those dragons are protected by the Eternal Tome Overgrowth as well. And the core of the base is going to shut down all of those big heavy defenses and ensure that these dragons are able to wrap around. Might be a little bit awkward, as an air sweeper still up in the core of the base could start to blow away at dragons on the far side if they don't get an early lock. Dragons on offense on the bottom are backed up with a couple of heroes that are still helping them out. Freeze spell goes down to keep them healthy on that side, but keep an eye on that bottom central air sweeper, as enemy dragons along the top side are going to have to collapse into the core. That's going to start to slow them down a bit, Maxi.
Yeah, I agree. Ninth Earthquake there, catching a lot of big high hit point buildings, but unfortunately the queen goes down early. Oh, nice use of the spiky ball. That's exactly what he intended. He knew that those would be the last structures alive, and he wanted to damage them with the spiky ball, finishing in 1 minute and 13. But Woody, not gonna lie, this was rather close there. Only 2 dragons with a slither of health alive and a king, saving the day for him.
Yeah, I did not anticipate that spiky ball being the difference maker there in that hit. Also got an easy entry point for the king to fight off against the town hall with a lot of damage done to that wall earlier on. So it seems like a lot of things really went right for Celino to have had such a terrifyingly close finish, and yet to still 3-star in great time overall. Looking still for a slight advantage on Dizi's side, but it is not confirmed quite yet. In fact, Celino might have tied it up almost just about even Steven around the 1 minute and 16 mark. So very, very impressive showing from him there. I see now it's going to be a 1 minute and 16 second average time for both teams. And so we are going into the late war now with an exactly tied position for these two squads, Maxi.
Yep, The average time is the same, but they are 1 second apart if we look at individual attack times. And I think, remembering from last Open Cup, that's actually what it comes down to in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So we really have to look behind that comma or point, wherever you come from, in the average time. And right now it's 116.3 to 116.6 between both of these teams. But that's what we want to see, Woody. That's exactly how it should be in a semi-final between two teams that are equally strong, just 1 second apart, and you know that makes the last 4 attacks even more exciting.
All right, so it's a 1 second advantage then for HTM Esports. Not a 1 second average hit, just 1 single second across all 3 hits. So that is going to be a 0.3 average attack duration advantage for HTM Brazil. Certainly an extremely competitive match between these two superstar teams, and it's up to Zubaidi to get the next hit in and to try to give a little bit more time for Juan to configure the quickest possible strike that he can come up with for the last round of attacks. Pato's base is getting obliterated right into the core, firing that giant arrow right through the center. It's Root Riders to back up the rest of this raid as a siege barracks along the top side is getting some great funneling work done. Royal Champion is stabbed into that top compartment, and with some support from the Skeleton Skulls, to be able to take down that Ricochet cannon, while all of these Root Riders are beautifully funneled right into the core of the base, Maxi.
Yeah, pretty classic approach here from ITP Zubaldi. Nice job there on breaking the king into this compartment, taking out the enemy queen and the scatter shot as well. And now he has to go make his way into this back end scatter shot. He doesn't, a monolith. He doesn't have a Skelly spell to distract it, so he has to be careful that it doesn't take out too many Root Riders. I love to see those outside spring traps. Look at this. All the super barbarians that Zubaidi is using are sprung away. So maybe these teams should think about bringing some barbarians or archers to put on the outside to trigger those traps and then deploy their super barbarians. But it wouldn't have made a difference in this attack. Zubaidi going into the last 4 buildings there, but it's not the fastest attack, Woody. He will finish about 1 minute 20, 1 minute 23 there for Zubaidi.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like he had a couple of headhunters that were a little bit of wasted army space there in that last attack. Left him with a little bit short of firepower to finish off that base in the end. 1 minute and 23 is going to be definitely above average for Dizi Esports, and going to give HTM an opening in this 4th attack of theirs to maintain that lead. Had a 1 second lead, and if they can do better than 1 minute and 23, or rather 1 minute and 24, I guess, in their next one, then they will hold on to that lead going into the last round of attacks, with Juan, Pato, and Bernal still yet to put their points up on the board, putting the finishing touches on their armies and getting ready to strike next. It is tilting back into HTM Brazil's favor, if I may say so, Maxi.
Exactly, and it's kind of what you were forecasting there a couple of attacks ago when you asked me if it might be like this again after it went this way in the first match between HTM and Synchronic, and it seems like actually to be the same exact thing right now. They are coming back, they are catching up second after second, and are now even in the lead, and with the 1 minute 23 strike from Zubaidi, that didn't apply too much pressure onto neither Patolino nor Bernal, who are the remaining 2 attackers of HTM Brazil. But what was interesting to see to me in this last attack was the base setup with kind of the it was a box space, but it kind of had 3 long boxes throughout the whole base. It was the same setup as in the base that Trottino attacked before, and he was able to be really fast, 64 seconds only, but Zubaidi took more than almost 20 seconds longer. So maybe they should analyze that and try to figure out what were the differences in their approaches, and if maybe what Trottino did, Zubaidi could have done better, or at least their remaining attacker can do better in this last attack.
That's a very polite way of saying you gotta go quicker, Dizi. If you want to get the win, you have got to shave seconds off that last strike, and that has got to be forefront of Juan's mind right now. The last hitter for Dizi Esports knows that it's all going to come down to his hit, determining how fast HTM Brazil are going to have to finalize their last strike. That is a very high pressure position to be in, and one of the most likely positions to result in a 1-star fail when teams have to go first and they don't know what the time factor is going to be in their favor. They just have to hit as quickly as they possibly can, and a lot of times that's when they make mistakes, Maxi. So still 3 really interesting hits to follow up next, and I'm excited to see how this attack from Pato goes. Great early strike through the core of the base with that giant arrows. There's some builders huts that are still going to be repairing the monolith into the core with a rage fired up as well. There's going to be a lot of damage that has to be shut down, and there's no overgrowth spell to do it, Maxi.
Yeah, I think he used the poison spell a little bit early there towards his queen. But yeah, I think she should be fine with the rage spell on her. Nice job to get through the town hall with the root riders, but that's a very uncommon approach here by Patolino, and the queen is struggling, which is why he is freezing for her, and he just keeps her alive. This could be very important because, of course, the queen does a lot of damage, and by this she accelerates this attack. But there's still a lot left with a minute on the clock. Woody, I don't know exactly if this is going to be fast or not.
Yeah, this is a tricky one, but I think he's very happy with how that right side compartment finished off. The Root Riders have dominated that left corner of the base, and I think that this is going to be good in time for Pato. HTM Brazil already in the time lead, knows that they just have to put 1:24 up in order to stay ahead, and that is what they're going to do. At the 1 minute and either 19 or 20 seconds, they're going to have a 5 to 6 second lead, I believe, over Dizi Esports as we go into the last round of combat. That is actually really good news for Pato whenever his queen almost goes down but stays alive, because that means that he got the maximum value that he could have in that compartment with her, despite so many traps triggering on that right side. We saw a Tesla farm and 2 skeleton traps popping up and giving her a lot of trouble, distraction, and bringing her down to just a sliver of health, but super heads up play with a rage spell to keep those healers at maximum capacity, and a freeze to shut down an enemy defense is exactly what he needed, and shows us why HTM Esports is such a force to be reckoned with. We do have confirmation now that Pato's hit was a 1 minute and 19 second strike, and so that is going to be another I believe 5 second advantage for them as we go into the last 2 hits. Is that right, Maxi?
Absolutely right. 5 seconds. So that's what Dizi Esports have to be faster in their last attack to have a chance. But you know, they are attacking first. After it will be HTM finishing this war. So it's Dizi's job now to apply the pressure. They have to get in with the fast attack. But as we said, trying to be fast always poses the risk of failing, because you might have to go out of your comfort zone, you might have to deploy things quicker than usual, you might have to deploy things before a funnel is created, and depend a little bit on luck and all of that stuff. But it's way better, in my opinion, to go a little bit quicker now than going with a safe, say, 1 minute 30 second attack, because HTM Esports, they are so consistent, and they will be or it will be easy for them to just put on any 1 minute 20, 1 minute 25 second attack, especially with Bernal being their finishing attacker. So if I were Dizi Esports now, I would say to my clanmates, you know, just go all in, give it all you've got, and try to be as fast as possible.
Yeah, you cannot take any time to guarantee the 3-star. This has got to be that risky hit if they want to get the win. In their last round of hits, Juan got a 1 minute and 6 second hit, while Bernal was 1 minute and 9 second. And we are seeing exactly what we might have hoped for to get a super strike, quick strike. It is going to be that giant fireball on the Grand Warden, as well as rocket loons all around this base. Expect to see Juan do exactly what we saw from Einstein earlier today. A 58 second hit is what Einstein was able to put up with this rocket loon army. Let's see what Juan is going to start with. He's moving in on that bottom right side first with the Grand Warden ready to drop the fireball. Might be aiming for the enemy. Yeah, okay. The Eagle Artillery takes a big hit, and with the Earthquake spells out, it is down, Maxi.
Oh, and he made a big mistake there. He dropped a jump spell when he wanted to drop a... Or did he? No, I think he wanted to drop an invis there and wanted to jump the king and the queen over this ricochet cannon at the top of the base. But anyways, he just has to get over that really quickly and do whatever he was expecting to do. The problem now is he might not be able to get into the town hall, and the king's job was supposed to take out the town hall. So I wonder how he's going to come back from that. But I said he has to take the risk now, so he probably just has to spam in the rocket balloons into the town hall.
Yeah, that's what he's doing, and he's raging them up as well. He knows that they cannot make it all the way there on their own without the big help from those rage spells. And no, it is not enough. The town hall stands with the Phoenix as the last remaining troop to attack it. Can it be enough to finish it off, Maxi? He does it. And as the town hall down, the first 2 stars are claimed to the third one's going to be coming up soon after. Gold storage, the last remaining structure, but it is a slow strike, about at 1 minute and 17 seconds overall.
That was a roller coaster of emotions there. In between, it seemed like this would not even be the 3-star. I mean, it wasn't the very fast 3-star that one was aiming for, but it was still a very solid 1 minute and 18 second attack. That means that HTM Esports now need 1 minute 23 to even things out and 1 minute 22 to be the winner of this match. So it's still everybody's game.
We might even need to go down to an extremely important tiebreaker. I'm not even quite sure what the rules would say about this, but I know that Dizi Esports so far has the fastest attack.
That's it.
From Trotino, right? It was 1 minute and 4 seconds. So Bernal is going to really have to put pedal to the metal here to ensure that his last strike does get the victory that they need. But so far, it looks like they have everything that they need to make that happen. The last strike there from Juan confirmed at a 1 minute and 18 second, just as you said, Maxi. And so with the 5-second advantage that they already had coming into this last round, I think you're right that 1 minute and 23 would be enough to ensure that they hold on to that lead. Or actually, no, what would it be? 1:23 would make it would be a tie. So 1 minute and 22 is what Bernal has to do with this last strike. Certainly within the realm of possibility. Bernal put up a 1 minute and 9 second hit out of his last war, and so he's got a little bit more time than that even to kick back and ensure that everything goes exactly according to plan. Are we expecting any strange bases out of Dizi to try to throw traps, throw a wrench in the mix somehow? What are we thinking that Dizi can do with their last base to deny Bernal's advance?
I can't really see into the future, I know that, but probably the same style that I used to bring, those diamonds style bases is what I would be expecting, just like the one Celinio just attacked with a stacked core and the town hall toward behind this stacked core, and the other side with the Eagle artillery, and in between some dead zones to mess up pathing for any air type of attack, but also for root riders that an attacker would want to send through the core. But I mean, HTM, they have had a chance to deal with these bases in their last 4 attacks. And there we go, Bernal is now live, and it's not what I just described. In fact, it is a box base that he's facing, and he's going all in. Dragons right away, one ability rage spells, Slammer on one side, and the other side will be the hero's queen with the giant arrow, and everything now has to go through the core of the base. No overgrowth, Woody. So he wants to be really, really fast.
Very, very off meta hero setup. He's got the Vamp stash, which is not the strangest thing, but he's got the Mighty Yak paired with the Barbarian King and Frosty coming in to back up the Archer Queen. Unusual choices from Bernal, and he has got to justify that with massive value as he charges into the space with dragons that are just starting to take a lot of damage, don't have any more Grand Warden support. And it's a question as to whether or not he can finish this base off in time, as we're now at 50 seconds and collapsing into the core with very little left for cleanup.
The queen will be able to take down the town hall, I'm sure, but the time is running slower and slower as these troops are fading out and the queen is beating on a wall. Royal Champion will die before she can take out the town hall. Remember, 1 minute 22, I think he's got it. Queen is on the town hall, and he finishes in 1 minute and 13. That's it. HTM move to the finals.
Advancement for your World Championship team, and on a record fast performance, Bernal NTC delivers the goods with an overall time of 1 minute and 16 seconds. HTM Esports is advancing over Dizi Esports by a 2-second average hit margin. Big victory for your Brazilian team in this last round, as they are now going to get a finals placement and ensure that they get at least 50 points and maybe even the guaranteed advancement onto the open finals. That is big news for them, while Dizi Esports miss a major opportunity to get a silver ticket of their own, as they're now going to only have 25 points from making it to the semis this time around. That keeps them in contention for one of those wildcard spots into the open bracket. But next week, it's going to be very important for them, right alongside the other teams that have been trying to accumulate points but haven't yet got a win. If they want to get in that open bracket where the $55,000 prize awaits these teams, they have got to fight again next week, Maxi.
Yeah, and I just made a quick calculation, and even now with their 25 points, they are not in the top 4. There's already VM Surgical, MMG, Synchronic, and STMN Esports that have more points than them. So they need to be in the Open Cup again next week, and it's going to be make or break for them. But still, GG's to them. They put up such an amazing show in that last war. HTM just a tad bit better there towards the end. The same story as in our first match. They were just able to fight their way back after being a little bit behind at the beginning of the war. Very impressive stuff on the psychological side. And let's take a look at the bracket, how it's looking now.
Yeah, nice showing there from HTM Esports. Puts them in the grand finals for this week, while Tribe Gaming and Stamina Esports are still holding on. You remember VM Surgical, having gotten second place in the first week, is holding on to 50 points. Same alongside Millicene MG. Neither of those teams are competing this week, while Synchronic, edging out with another 10-point showing, is going to be in third place at 45 points. That leaves VM Legacy, as they were known when they first competed, with 25 points already, and then scoring another 25 points by making it to the semifinals today. They will have a minimum of 50 points with the opportunity to get even as far with a win today into the open bracket already. So VM Legacy looking very good. Dizi x Zenizos, although they were eliminated, they put up another 10-point performance. That should keep them in the top 5, I believe, still in contention to move on if they can do very well again next week. But Tribe Gaming are in that pressure position right now where they only have 10 points. They scored another 25 with their semifinals showing, so they got 35 in all. But Stamina Esports already holding a golden ticket and already being ahead of them in the leaderboard for the Snapdragon Pro Series, have kind of got a big advantage over them in this next round. In fact, Stamina Esports could lose and still be able to move on, whereas Tribe Gaming really need this win. It's a do or die moment for them. So stick with us. The Snapdragon Pro Series semifinals continues shortly.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our third cup in Season 5 has got an amazing semifinals match up ahead for you next. We've got two stellar teams, Tribe Gaming, yet to qualify for the World Championship so far this year, up against VNd Esports, stabbing him in the back and coming from behind to make a run for the top, already holding a golden ticket and already performing very well in the Snapdragon Pro Series leaderboard. They've got 25 points, but I'm going to be bringing back another co-caster. You know him, love him. Bash, what do you make of this bracket so far?
This has been crazy, man. Up and down, left and right. HTM Brazil, man. These guys are just, they are the comeback kings today. But this war right here should be very, very interesting. We saw STMN Esports. Well, I guess we didn't see. We heard about STMN Esports having a really, really stellar war in their first matchup. And then Tribe kind of had an easier go of things. So we'll have to see if that sets the tone. Is Tribe going to have to step it up here? Will STMN falter and give them another easy run? I think that's something to keep our eye on as we take a look at our rosters.
Tribe Gaming's roster brings Kronos, Stefan, Yo-Yo23, Rikirez, Nibrax, and Excosist back into the fray as they seek another opportunity to get into the last chance qualifier. It has just been upset after upset that has kept them out of those top performing spots in the way that we have seen them do so well in years past, including at last year's World Championship. Still a big question mark as to when they'll get their shot. Is it going to be today, or are they going to be knocked down by another squad that has had excellent showings in the past? Notably, they've got a hidden figure up their sleeve. Tribe Gaming, having fought in the past with Fluxy, is now having to go up against him on the STMN Esports roster. It's Hawk to move in first, though, holding on to that siege barracks to help out for funneling on this ground-based Root Rider Valk army. Holding as well an overgrowth spell for the core of this base as he gets the funneling done on the bottom and right sides early on here, Bash.
Almost a four corners approach here as the barracks comes in from the left side over there at the 9 o'clock position. Root Riders are going for a spin, but they are protected by the Warden's Eternal Tome. Queen's doing a pretty good job managing, but she is going to be under a little bit of fire moving forward, and here comes that overgrowth just to alleviate some of that pressure. But keep an eye on this Queen. She's got to get that scatter. Ooh, yeah, she's going to be fine. She's going to be fine. She gets the scatter before it gets another shot off, keeping her alive and moving her forward in the base.
Solid start so far from Hawk, who needs to get not just those quick entries, but also to guarantee those 3-star strikes, in a little bit of an uncomfortable positioning right next to the overgrowth spell. So many troops are going to start taking a lot of damage when it pops off. That Town Hall is now activated, and with the Multi-Inferno and Monolith firing away, that is a lot of DPS on those troops, and they are just not up to the task of finishing it off. Hawk is now going to be on the back heel as he has to rely upon those cleanup troops to do as much damage as they can, but this is looking like it's a 1-star.
What?
Bad way to start the war, Bash.
What
do you think? Can he pull it off?
No, there's no way. There's no way here. I mean, it's just a few super barbarians and a headhunter there. Wow, I'm stunned. This is not. All right, well, I guess what I said, can Tribe get another easy go of it? With this being a 1-star mistake from Hawk, Tribe can even get a 2-star and still be fine. What the heck? I'm so confused.
Hey, it's either the first or the last attack in these wars that most often produces these 1-star finishes. They are really confusing, and it's not to fault Hawk's ability to formulate an offense. He can certainly put up a 3-star hit if he had to on this base. He was just focused so much on trying to get the time as short as possible, but the timing did not go in his favor with that overgrowth wearing out and the Town Hall, Multi-Inferno, and a Monolith activating on his entire army. No way for them to pivot off the face against those big defenses early enough, and maybe if he had dropped the free spells a little bit sooner, he would have still had enough firepower to knock down that core compartment, but leaving the Town Hall until the very end is exactly what you have to do in order to maximize your time, because that Gigabomb blowing up does so much damage to your troops. You want to negate that damage by just having the war being, or the attack being done already. That being the last building to take out guarantees a 3-star and not having to worry about that big defense. But as it stands, Bash, you know better than I do the difficulty in finishing off a base that is shaped up like that with an army like that. It has such great potential to score a 3-star in record time, but also the risk of a 1-star is ever present. And Tribe are going to be very, very happy with that last defense.
Well, not only the Giga Bomb, but that lingering poison there, it's going to slow those troops down. It's going to deal that little constant sizzle damage in there. So it's really a hindrance. So yeah, we see it almost on every attack. Not every attack, maybe 80% of our attacks. We see the Town Hall and surrounding defenses being overgrowth, and then everything circles around it and then comes back. Just didn't have enough to get through there. I mean, we saw that early tornado in there. It's just really unlucky. But now if you're Tribe, you gotta be happy. Really, you have room for a little bit of mistake. You can get a 2-star, still be fine. I said Tribe needs to make it to the finals in our cup today, and they are looking like they are on the way. Exorcist has a little bit less pressure here. Keep an eye on this Archer Queen, and she does have the Angry Jelly on her. That's going to make her target some defenses, only defenses, for the first, I believe it's 30 seconds of the attack. She will go ahead and take care of that Royal Champion that's also attacking her, but she will continue on to the defenses as we have tons of Super Barbarians along with the Root Rider surging in now.
Yeah, this is the first major event where we have seen Angry Jelly paired with the Queen so many times. It's an interesting tech choice and a very interesting development in the metagame that the Snapdragon Pro Series is giving us the opportunity to see that unfolding live. Angry Jelly on the Archer Queen to try to nab a few more seconds of time off their opponents. I would imagine Exosys did not have a chance to completely reconfigure his attack, having seen that 1-star strike now from VNd Esports, but he must know that 3 stars are all he needs. He doesn't have to go so hard and fast to guarantee that victory. So you see another overgrowth coming in now as that way of acknowledging that time is not going to be a factor here for him to have to worry about. He's just going to be able to take it easy and rest on the comfort of knowing that he can finish off the rest of this base in whatever time.
Did you just see that? The spiky ball just went and hit nothing from the King. With there technically being no targets on the base, it just went to the top. I've never seen that before, Woody. That was kind of interesting. Royal Champion will hit her Hog Puppet in Haste Smile and finish this base off, and that's all Tribe needs to do is get safe 3 stars. Huh, that was interesting.
That, I think, was the very first time we've ever seen a swag spiky ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what it was there. Swag spiky ball. Maybe he was curious too, like, what happens here if I hit my King ability? Let's find out, guys. That was cool though. Exorcist gets the triple for Tribe Gaming, and all they have to do is keep that up throughout the war. I mean, again, they have room for one mistake. If you're STMN Esports, I mean, there's what do you do? Like, you cross your fingers and hope for 2 Tribe fails? You hope Tribe gets a 1-star there? There's no way Tribe 1-stars now, right?
Very, very, very unlikely. And this is one of the biggest advantages that you can have in a war. When your opponents have to strike first, they don't know what they're up against. They want to hit as hard and fast as they possibly can, but you really cannot risk it so far as to make a 1-star a possibility for your squad. Unfortunately, he's just done a major disservice now with Hawk just coming in on 1-star. VNd Esports are basically just going to have to hope and pray. There's kind of nothing else that they really can do. And even if there's a 2-star, even if there's a miss from Tribe, they would still have an entire star lead. So you're right, Bash, that this is just going to have to go throw the script out the window. VNd Esports, for their own opportunity, can now also go with slow 3-star hits as well. They don't have to worry about time at all because that is not going to be a tiebreaker factor for this war. But a very unusual follow-up on wars that have just been perfect across the board with a really quick, rapid, fast time to now go into the semifinals when the stakes are so high. I guess it was ultimately, the way that we framed the match before it even began was that this is a do or die moment for Tribe Gaming. Tribe need this win to be able to move on, while VNd Esports already have a golden ticket. They already have leaderboard points. They already have earned another 25 because they're in the semifinals here. And so it's not as if they weren't taking it seriously, but it's almost as if when the stakes are not quite as high, maybe there's just that a little bit of room for making a mistake here or there, that they just allowed themselves to just not put their best effort into this one. Either that, or I mean, you could say that it was just a mistake on their part, but mistakes are so rare at the high level
Guy on this, Woody. Synthe is lining up a fireball.
Oh my god.
Oh, baby.
Oh.
Synthe launches a fireball right to the core and absolutely guts it. Not to cut you off there, bud, but I knew something was coming with 7 invisibilities there. That's amazing. I guess if you're the STMN, you already have your golden ticket. You might as well have some fun with it, right? Oh, man. Beautiful, beautiful fireball. Gets crazy value, takes out that CC so he doesn't have to deal with it. And now we just see those rocket loons collapsing from the outside, and we've seen that if you can get the fireball value, you pretty much just collapse the base down with all the rocket loons, and that's what Synthe looks to do here.
Well, keep in mind there's $55,000 waiting in the prize pool for this season's performance, so still a lot to fight for here, and STMN Esports are not going to be happy that it's going to be so difficult to contest that. Nevertheless, Synthe is giving the fans what they want with the biggest fireball I think that we have seen so far this month, or maybe even this year, just decimating the core with 6 invisibility spells to set it up. And he has justified the spend as well. That is going to be another
swag rocket loons, essentially.
And,
I mean, that's relatively slow, but they know that this war is basically all but over for them. If you're Synthe, I respect it. Look at this fireball. Watch this, Woody. Sorry to cut you off again, but I knew it was coming. That is crazy value. Nice, Synthe. Nice.
Synthe busting up this base and having a laugh while he does it, showing that even if Tribe gets the win here, Kronos cannot be happy about this design, knowing that Synthe can just obliterate anything that is getting constructed in front of him. So yeah, it's going to be a big drop here for STMN Esports, no bones about it. VM Legacy picking up 25 points for STMN Esports to follow along with. Now know that they are going to have a tough position to contest for the final week of this competition. They know that they'll have 50 right there alongside VM Surgical, Milliceme, and whatever team gets second place this time around, but it's going to be a tough qualification period for them to follow up, while Tribe Gaming, advancing out of the finals, are going to have a minimum of 60 points with the possibility of that advancement if they get the win. So big semifinal match here is seemingly over before it has even begun, and yet there is still going to be a very important grand final match later on today, with the winner of this team, of this bout rather, going up against HTM Brazil, a team that didn't have any leaderboard points of their own and really just wants to be one and done with a single week's performance to make it to the open finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 Bash.
And assuming Tribe makes it there, I mean, there's a little bit of history with that Brazilian team and Tribe. I mean, these guys, when they play each other on the live stage, they get amped up, they get hyped. There's a lot of jeering, there's a lot of taunting, but in the best way possible. So these two teams have a little bit of a storied past. I think it's one of the most fun rivalries in Clash of Clans, personally. Like, just seeing these two teams play together, that being Tribe and HTM Brazil, formerly Clash champs, formerly what were they, the year I'm thinking
Space Station?
Space Station, that's what it was. I couldn't think of it, but yeah, when they were Space Station, they were going at it. Oh, it was so good, man. So good. So we're in store for perhaps a really nice finals here. So make sure you guys stick around for that.
They actually had a fantastic war under the Space Station banner. It was the last time that we saw a finals match between Tribe Gaming and this Brazilian team fighting Space Station that competed in the Queso Cup Golden Ticket Edition in 2022, and that's when Space Station was able to make it to the very end, but Tribe taking the win off of them. So that is kind of the last big fight that they've had. That's when Tribe qualified in 2022 for the World Championship, and so I think that this is shaping up for a revenge run for HTM Brazil to try to show why they're the best. But Rikires from Tribe, the next to strike. It's going to be a Stone Slammer up in the top side, demolishing some structures and getting some great funneling work done as a late Eternal Tome is going to pop to protect these dragons, moving in closer to the core bash.
Well, with HTM also having their own gold or silver ticket rather, and Tribe not, they can almost play spoiler there. That's something to keep our eyes on later as Rakira starts working through here with the Dragons. Overgrowth goes in, and this is, I mean, it's still, the risk is there. You still have to manage and keep these troops alive, because on these attacks, even though they do feel safer and they feel like they should get through, it is still very risky to save the Town Hall for last. So even though STMN did have the 1-star and Tribe is in the commanding position, they could still have a mistake. They could still have anything happen and be behind the 8 ball. I don't think it will happen, but that's something to keep our eyes on, as Rakiras is going to lock this up, one of the most solid attackers in all of Clash of Clans. Another 3-star for Tribe Gaming as they're looking to move to our finals.
Nice hit for Tribe Gaming, and they are just going to be showing up with exactly what we have come to expect from a superstar squad like them. Another 3-star showing, and not a whole lot to worry about here. Just a walk-off performance. This is kind of an unfortunate position for Stamina to be in, to have to just like play out the rest of this war when they're so far behind. I don't think that we have seen a reversal from a 2-star deficit at all this entire year bash. So it would really be an extraordinary storyline if Stamina were able to, I think it would be not just the comeback of the year, but like the comeback of the entire Clash of Clans competitive scene overall. I can't even think of a comeback that would have been more of a turnaround if Stamina were to get the win here now. So Tribe looking very confident in that second hit, still seems to be the 99.9% favorite in this matchup.
I would agree with that, but all I'm hoping for is hopefully we just see more fun attacks. I love the fireball attacks. I love those crazy like giant arrow zap attacks. So I'm looking forward to maybe these guys are like, what do we have to lose? Let's just have a little bit of fun here with our final few attacks. But Tribe Gaming are up massive here after 4 attacks. It is 6-4. Tribe advantage. They're looking very strong. They're looking poised to make it to our grand finals to face off against HTM Brazil just a little bit later here today. That's a good opportunity for both those teams to make it to our grand finals a little bit later on, I believe beginning of August. I was gonna say October, August there.
Yeah, well, excellent matches ahead for us to enjoy from both of these teams. I'm sure we know that we're going to be seeing Stamina Esports at the World Championship. Just a question of whether Tribe is going to be there with them. They have so many fans and such an ardent base of support that just has not yet been enough to propel them into that golden ticket spot. But they know that there's 2 more tickets out there to claim of the silver variety. Still with an opportunity for the Snapdragon Pro Series and also the Global Clash Cup to try to get their qualification into the last chance qualifier. But that is still going to be a really tough competition for them to move into. We know that Vatang, Momentum Shifters, Pulse Gaming, and also HTM Brazil already have silver tickets. And so you said that there's that element of kind of acting as a spoiler for HTM Brazil, since they're waiting in the grand finals of this week right now. They can deny access to Tribe Gaming if they're going to be careful enough. And we see Stamina showing us exactly what we'd hope to see. Another superb giant fireball with this Grand Warden. I don't know why it's so beautiful to watch, but it seems to be the way to my heart, Bash. Same. Anytime I see 7 Invisas and some Rocket Loons, I'm like, oh boy, here we go. And it's really cool just seeing those the Invisas, ding, 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 and then you know that fireball is coming in. Really nice open from Darkstar, who did have the 56-second attack in their previous war. So Darkstar is known for going quickly, and look how fast, Woody, look how fast this is right now. This could be even faster than the 57 seconds world champions going. I'm watching the time. Oh, 56. Oh, there's the 56. Oh man, 56 seconds again there. Yeah. I did the math backwards. I was at 54 when I called 56. It's 56 seconds again for Darkstar. He's out of his mind. I almost wonder if that giant arrow was a little bit missed there. It looked like it missed a little bit to the left. If he could have gotten a little bit faster. That's crazy, man. Darkstar is quick. He's just asking, are you not entertained? Is this not exactly what you'd come to expect from Stamina Esports? Darkstar tying his previous hit today. He also got a 56-second hit in the match between Stamina Esports and Dizi X's and Nizos. So he's one of a kind, Bash. Yeah. He's his only peer is himself, and at 56 seconds again, not only is he the quickest, but he is the first and second quickest attacks so far today have come from Darkstar.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, STMN, I mean, they have some really fun, creative attackers on their team. I mean, we've already seen what Synthé can do. I mean, Synthé is known for just doing some wild, fun stuff, and then you add Darkstar into the mix. I mean, this STMN team is very fun to watch. Just really unfortunate for them for Hawk with the miss. This war, I mean, I haven't been watching the times, but obviously the times would be a little bit skewed. This war could be a whole different story if Hawk doesn't miss, everything gets through there. This could be a lot closer, especially with that 56-second attack. I love it that they're just still going in and trying to put on a show for the viewers. GG's to them for that, at least.
Yeah, Stamina behind by 2 stars, but they are ahead on the time right now. They've got 1 minute and 23 seconds average with that last strike coming in from Darkstar up against 1 minute and 31 seconds from Tribe. You know, Tribe are just taking their time and going a little bit easy going with it. But I want, you know what? I think if Stamina is going to put in the effort to give us a what is that, a septuple invisibility into a giant fireball, that, you know what, I think Tribe ought to have to do the same. I think that it's time for them to show us something interesting, something fun. You know.
What do you call out Tribe? All right, Yo-Yo, let's
just go for easy 3 stars at this point, right, Bash?
Yo-Yo, we need to see the fireball in the last attack. No, yeah, obviously.
Or maybe Laloon. Maybe he'll go in with Laloon. I actually expect that. I think that that's not even unlikely for Yo-Yo to do a Laloon hit now.
I mean, it is Lalo 23 after all. I mean, pretty well known for that. I mean, we don't see very many Lalos unless it is like this situation right here where the opening team has missed. So it'll be interesting. We still got a few attacks all to come. I mean, Tribe still has 3 opportunities to do something fun. I think if you're Tribe though, it's like, no guys, yeah, that fireball would be cute, but just run your roots, run your dragons, run your safe plan, and let's just get the victory and move on to the next war.
Excellent. Really looking forward to it. We've got another great match coming up next. We'll see how this next strike from Tribe is able to, you know, keep us on the edge of our seats, or if it's just going to be another one of those, oh yeah, it's Tribe, they're doing their thing, putting another 3-star up on the board. Can they do it with style though, with panache? Mr. Bash, that's what I want to know.
Well, I know that's what you want to see. That's what I want to see, but I don't think style points count, unfortunately. Nibrex is coming in here and
count in my heart.
It's straight up dragons. Pretty generic approach here. Does have the flame flinger here starting at the bottom. That is one nice thing when your opponent makes a mistake. You can take your time, you can take a little bit of a step back, because if you're STMN, you're not really protecting against flame flingers because no one's using a flame flinger when the goal is 75 seconds. Let's be honest with ourselves. But now Nibrex can come in, he can let this flame flinger take out the eagle, take out some of these surrounding defenses, and just pace himself. Let the attack kind of develop here a little bit.
Easy does it for Nibrex. Flame Flinger, a great slow way to carve a big chunk out of a base, and so when all you need is the 3 stars and time is not of the essence, you can make a really slow play to get exactly what you need there. Electro Dragon to funnel along the left side there, and one little lone baby dragon to do some burping on that enemy wizard tower. Main force is going to be well protected by Eternal Tone, captures all but 2 of the dragons there, as most of the damage is still going to be soaked up by that hero ability. 1 lone dragon on the scatter shot on the right side is good news for Nibrex, as he's going to be able to eliminate that. Oh, never mind, he needed a little bit more damage from that dragon. It was going to be the X-bow to take it down, Bash.
Yeah, just be a little bit more oomph in there, but look at this, Flame Flinger still working down there at the bottom. Dragons are working through the core. He still has a lot of support on the outside as the King and the Royal Champion are working on the left. Royal Champion will go ahead and circle in, take out that scatter shot. You don't like it? Is that what you're saying?
I don't like this at all. I'm actually really worried for Nibrex now. He's losing all of his dragons right into the core of the base. He does still have that Electro Dragon that's going to be able to make its way into the Town Hall and get a little bit more done. But I mean, this is just like unnecessarily complicated and close and kind of weird and awkward. He's holding onto a rage spell at the end here. I guess he's given us a bit of a firework display as we get to watch the last stage of this happen, but yeah, he's got the Royal Champion. He's going to rage it up and pop the ability there. The Town Hall is going to go down, but man, this came in a lot closer than I would have liked if I were a teammate of Tribe, just watching this unfold. You know, even if they had gotten a 1-star 96%, they'd still be able to have a percentage lead over VNd Esports. So even if that Town Hall, or if this scatter shot at the very end stood up, it was still going to be a lead for Tribe. But Why was this one so close, Bash?
It felt like it was just like an overly safe plan, to be honest. It felt like the flinger at the bottom, he knew it would get a ton of value. He could collapse like the left side with the king, the world champion. He didn't even really try to, or at least it didn't feel like he tried to really surge those dragons through the middle. It's just like, dragons, get what you can, queen's up here. So to me, it just felt like he was kind of playing it overly safe here. So I don't mind it. I mean, yeah, it was a little bit close at the end of the day, but he did have royal champion ability. He's able to get through there, and ultimately, they get the 3-star. So that's all that matters. Yeah, it was safe. Maybe not the most pretty attack, but a 3-star is a 3-star on the scoreboard, Woody.
All right. Well, you are certainly right about that. And with only 2 attacks left from both of these teams, it looks like we are going to close it out in the same way that we had expected from the first couple of minutes of this hit. For the first couple of minutes of this entire war. And it's going to be going back now to Stamina Esports, who have to try just hope and pray with another 3-star that they can somehow get some really unexpected defense against either Kronos or Yo-Yo23. Neither of them perfect players, but I mean, still doing very, very well. And really having that fire in their belly, knowing that this is their opportunity to get into a grand finals and maybe even to clinch entry into the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Cup finale. So Ninja is going to be the next to attack for Stamina Esports, a superb base builder who has been in the competitive scene for a very, very long time, but got his opportunity to find a rostered position with a world-class team just this year. He's fighting now out the left side with Root Riders to enter this left side compartment. Protects with Eternal Tome relatively early on here as a single target Inferno is starting to heat up on his Root Riders. Needs to be careful there, and it's going to smash through that compartment with a Barbarian King. Giant Gauntlet, just still the favorite by far of the equipments for that King. Spiky Ball does get some usage. Vamp Stash was deployed earlier, but Giant Gauntlet is just so effective, Bash.
With that damage reduction on it, and then also the splash damage, is just so valuable. And it almost seems like you can pair it with almost any other King equipment and be fine. I mean, I personally use it with the Vamp Stash because I like that healing. Pair that with the damage reduction and the healing, it's great. The Spiky Ball, you get the damage out in front, and plus the splash from the Giant Gauntlet. And in my opinion, it is just universally one of, if not the best equipment in any player's hand. You don't have to have like a crazy skill set. Is this another miss? It's close. RC will save it. Okay, RC will save it. I didn't see RC on the right side. Okay, I was worried there for a second. Didn't see her in there. But I think Giant Gauntlet is one of those equipments that you don't have to do 6 invises for it to work properly. You don't have to Quake and Lightning and make sure your queen is pointed the right direction to get that giant arrow value. It's just one of those equipments that just is so good when you put it on that hero.
Yeah, it even pairs up well with the Earthquake boots. You know, you're able to stomp into a compartment that you wouldn't have otherwise been able to gain access to, and especially if there's a lot of clumped up defenses where you can get maximum value from splash damage. I think that Barbarian King is very, very well positioned to have a Giant Gauntlet on his hand at any time, you know.
Yeah.
Whenever he marches into the combat, you know he's going to do a lot of damage, and as long as he gets that snap off, you know it's inevitable that he gets the damage in. So well done there to Ninja, pulling off another 3-star, maybe not in record time, maybe a little bit dicey there toward the end with the Royal Champion having to clutch it, but that's the same thing that we saw from Tribe Gaming in their previous attack, so it's pretty even pace so far. The only real standout performance was unfortunately the miss from Hawk, but nonetheless, we have got an amazing showing with giant fireballs blasting all around, really close finishes with Royal Champions. And so if this was going to be a war that was over before it began, at least we've seen some interesting attacks to cast so far, Bash.
Yeah, I'm gonna send an angry DM to Ninja for no fireball attack on that one. But I mean, it's a 3-star he got through there. It was good. But yeah, I mean, circling back to the Giant Gauntlet, with the King having, I thought it was 12,000. It's just under 12,000, 11,475 hit points at the maximum level. It's just such a nice piece of equipment that you're able to get so much value on, and that's why we see it used time and time again. And not to mention with the Spiky Ball, with the dragons, you're able to direct those dragons. There's just so many counter. I think that's what I like best about the hero equipment. And when it was announced, it's almost like create your own RPG with your own army here. So I like that you can have so many different variations, and as we get more equipment, I think that's just going to continue to expand, and we're going to see even more fun combinations as the future of Clash Clans and Clash Clans esports continues to grow.
Yeah, you are absolutely right that this is like a purely aesthetic way of interpreting it, but I feel like there's so much more variability in how attackers can choose to bring their heroes into the fight, with pets and equipment giving them kind of their own unique personal flavors, especially when the metagame has really established itself so firmly in support of root riders, dragons, electro dragons, as kind of these mass, big, heavy hits. You at least still get to see every once in a while an angry jelly attached to the archer queen to get some funneling done. The poison lizard now getting a lot more support as a pet for the Grand Warden to take down enemy CC troops or enemy heroes that are still in the way. And the Spirit Fox still ever ready and friendly alongside the Royal Champion Phoenix along the Barb King. It's like there's the standard picks, but there's still like these off-meta fun selections that you can make, even when a base is giving you a little bit of a opportunity to take advantage of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100% agree with all of that. But here we go. There's the Dragon Golem with the King, the Dragon King skin, just a beautiful skin. I mean, all of these the Dragon skins are just really one of my favorite sets in general. That's another thing too, is the personal cosmetics. You get a kind of a little bit of a closer look into the player's personal preference here, as we're just letting Kronos go through, get the 3 stars. It's pretty much a foregone conclusion that Tribe is winning this war, is what we're getting at here, chat. Just in case you're just tuning in, we did have a 1-star miss at the beginning of this war from STMN Esports. So Tribe are doing their best just to seal this one away. It's another 3-star for Kronos. That was actually a pretty quick time, 108 there. So even though they got the victory in hand, they are still moving forward, getting prepared for their next opponent. They know HTM Brazil will be a tough opponent, so they don't want to phone it in too much here. They want to stay on top of their game and keep going with the quick attacks.
Well done to Kronos, and exactly what we'd expect to see from him. A solid, reliable 3-star strike that didn't even have too much to worry about for cleanup at the very end there. Putting up another 3-star hit, but you know, the time is just not anything to be super proud of at this point for Tribe Gaming. They know that they aren't going to have to fight down to a tiebreaker, and so I gotta hand it to them. You know, I was hoping to see sparks fly. I was looking forward to the fireworks, but nonetheless, Tribe Gaming are a very professional crew, and they know exactly what they have to do in a position like this where they don't have a golden ticket, they don't even have a silver ticket. They want to secure the win. They are not taking risks right now. They know that this is exactly the proper mode of approach for a tough war like this, where you know, it's tough to even be in the position where they're at right now. They must feel uncomfortable knowing that they haven't qualified for Worlds yet, and that there's still so much work ahead of them, going up against extraordinarily difficult teams to justify that entry point. Pulse, Fatang, HTM Brazil, and Momentum Shifters holding a silver ticket and waiting for that last chance qualifier to take place. But requirement to win today and then win again in the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals in order to get onward to try to contest the World Championship. A super highly qualified team, and it's just a strange storyline for them to be having to play so carefully, because they're a really fun squad to watch. In lots of wars, they come up with extraordinarily interesting strategies. They give us really kind of, you know, creative hits that can shave off seconds here or there, or give us a 3-star finish where it seems impossible to pull off. But just because they managed to get an extraordinary defense thanks to their base builders against Hawk earlier on, we're just kind of seeing them take a step back and, you know, not showing their full hand in the semifinals, Bash.
And honestly, it's probably a very solid play, especially knowing that you have a tough team waiting in the wings. You don't want to give away if you do have any, you know, fun tricks or anything kind of waiting there. I still have my fingers crossed for a yo-yo fireball attack. I don't think we'll see it, but I got my fingers crossed here as we have 2 more attacks to finish this war off. STMN have been having a lot of fun in this war. We saw Synthé come in with a beautiful fireball. Then we saw Darkstar come in with a beautiful fireball even faster with a 56-second attack. So STMN kind of just making light of the situation. Fluxy is going to be our final attacker for STMN. We do have a clone spell with the dragons here, along with that Battle Blimp. Battle Blimp should be able to surge in. Keep an eye on these sweepers, though. There's 2 sweepers. Okay, he's going to overgrowth, and then he's going to clone and take out all this monolith area right here. So a very nice approach here from Fluxy. Great freeze, and look at those balloons go. Beautiful opener here.
Getting a little bit spun around by that tornado trap into the core. Those balloons are taking quite a bit of damage, and he might not have needed to get anything more done with them, but still, that's an unfortunate way to watch half a dozen balloons pop out of the sky. Dragons spread out beautifully, but just having a little bit of difficulty along the top side here now as an air defense is going to start popping away at them while they're still trying to get through a ricochet cannon and a Tesla trap that popped up over there. Another Tesla farm over on the bottom side defending that air defense and slowing down the entry point, while an air sweeper is now going to be pushing Dragons back. Slow finish here for Fluxy of Stamina Esports, who wants to get another 3-star on his side of the map so that he can at least close out with the 13. Looks like he will be able to pull that off and marches in to finish off the Town Hall with little left in resistance. Excellent dominating performance here, and just past that 1 minute mark, it looks like he was playing as if this were a close match. Still needs to get a 1-star defense against HTM Esports if they want to be, or against Tribe Gaming rather, if they want to be able to get the win in their favor, Ash.
Yeah, they did catch the tornado there, but those balloons got all of the value they were looking for. They got both scatter shots out, they got both multi-archer towers out, so those balloons from the clone spell got massive value there. I believe it was a 1 minute 12-second attack, so it's right on par with where you want to be. If you're STMN, you know you got that golden ticket. You've actually performed pretty well here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We still have one more cup next week, so you can still make your way into the finals and have a chance there with the final cup finishing up next Sunday. You guys make sure you come back, tune in. It's it'll be starting, what time is that starting, Woody? Is that 2100 CEST? I don't know what that is, UTC.
I think it's gonna be 1 p.m. Central Time, which is where I live, and everyone should have to adapt to that. I wish I knew the UTC right off the top of my head. I know that they need to fix the time on the website. It still shows the wrong start time depending upon the time zone that you're looking at. So make sure that you're on time next week. Although I can't say exactly when it's going to be. We'll be sure to share that on our socials. So also, please do follow the Snapdragon Pro Series over on X and Facebook and Instagram, wherever you're finding news about this excellent event. Oh yeah, and the Discord as well. You can join the Snapdragon Pro Series Discord, where we've got more information available for you about competing not just in Clash of Clans, but in all sorts of mobile esports events across the board.
And for those of you in chat, they're like, oh, I could do this. I could not 1-star like STMN. I could definitely beat Tribe. Well, next week we got an open cup. Get you and 4 of your friends together. Let's see what you got. Hop in, register, and let's see what you can do in Clash of Clans esports. Honestly, for me, when I was playing a little bit more in esports and tournaments and stuff, this is where I got my start, was the Snapdragon Pro Series, the NA versions. It's a very great tournament to get involved in. Now it's a global tournament, so you get to play against some of the best players in the world, which I know that doesn't seem as inviting, but it's still really cool. I mean, you could come up against a Tribe, a Navi, an STMN. You could play against some of these players and give them a run for their money, maybe even knock them out. Who knows?
Yeah, that's the fun thing about Clash of Clans esports, that little mistakes happen here or there that you can't anticipate, predict, or plan for. And when you get a 1-star defense against a team that has a golden ticket like Stamina Esports, that's your chance to move on. And you don't even just have a beautiful story. You can go down to the history books if it turns out that that victory is what propels you into the Open Cup Finals. And yeah, $55,000 still up for grabs, and any team could enter next week and make it happen. The team that wins next week is going to be in the Open Cup Finals regardless of how they did the prior 3 weeks. So all the chips are still up for grabs in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But for Yo-Yo 23, it is going to be by the book with a Valkyrie Root Rider forward force.
Yeah, if you've ever met Yo-Yo, I mean, this is pretty on character for him. Get the job done the proper way, finish the war off, and get the victory. Move forward and hopefully get into our grand final. But like Woody was saying there, I mean, if you do play any given Sunday, all it takes is one little run and you can move forward. Look at this King jumping in, getting massive value there with this Giant Gauntlet. Queen goes to ability. Here come all the roots working from the right side, and Yo-Yo is going to look to collapse in here. Look for this overgrowth to come in very soon on the Town Hall Monolith area.
Yeah, Poison Spell able to take out those enemy minions, but not before they did a number against the King. He does not finish off that compartment with the scatter shot still standing on defense. Yo-Yo is dropping so many super minions on the right side, though, to get some excellent long-range damage done, as the Root Riders are still taking all of the shots out in front and keeping them safe back behind. Pops the Eternal Tome to protect against what exactly? I don't quite know. I guess the scatter shot was still starting to fire off against him. Single target Inferno is now starting to lock onto the troops that are marching back down. But Town Hall is going to be the last enemy building to go down, as Yo-Yo is wrapping around the bottom side of the base, It is going to be a 1-star 96% to guarantee victory, and the second star will of course be enough as well, as he has now done it, Bash. Tribe Gaming win the match confirmed and will be moving on to the grand finals of this week's competition.
Kind of an easy tournament thus far. Not well, I don't know how their yesterday went. I didn't see that, but thus far on Sunday they've kind of had a nice little run of it. Their first two opponents kind of making some easy mistakes, early mistakes rather, and giving them an easier road to the grand finals, whereas HTM Brazil have kind of fought and scrapped and had to claw their way to the finals. So it will be Tribe Gaming against HTM Esports Brazilian team, the current world champions, looking to take Tribe down and keep them out of that last chance qualifier, which they're already qualified for. But I think if Tribe is getting to the grand finals, and even if they do get second place, that bumps them up to 60 points. I think that kind of gives them a really nice chance to still make it to the grand finals as one of those other 4 teams based on points.
Well, yeah, you're right that they've had a relatively easy run of it this week, while HTM Brazil have made it to the grand finals by earning victories over VM Surgical, which has 50 points on the leaderboard because they came in second place, and also defeated Navi. Tribe Gaming have not gone up against any other opponents in the initial bracket that had any leaderboard points at all. In fact, they got a bye in the first round, were able to get the wins over WSA Black and VNd Esports. But when they went up against Dizi Blast, they actually only scored 14 stars, had a miss there. Then next up against VNd Esports, had a pretty overwhelming dominant performance. Then getting a miss against STMN Esports on defense. They've had an easy run of it so far, and I'm sure it's because they've prepared so well that they're so strong and able to make it to the grand finals. But I think that it is going to be a wake-up call for them if they aren't ready for this next match, because HTM Brazil is not going to be an easy opponent for them to go up against in the grand finals, Bash.
I agree 100%. And this team, I mean, they know each other in and out. They know how each other play. I mean, a lot of these teams that we've seen today, they play each other in other tournaments, not just here in the Snapdragon Pro Series week in and week out. So they are very familiar with each other. There's that little bit of a rivalry we talked about here at the beginning of the match. So this should be a really, really amazing grand final. I think a little bit more on the line for Tribe Gaming, but still, with them making it to the final and getting those 50 points, I feel like that makes them feel a little bit better for their chance to make it to our grand finals, where in the grand finals you get a little more wiggle room because it's double elimination, so it's just not one and done like it is here in the Open Cup phases. So still a lot on the line, but I think Tribe have to feel pretty good about their chances.
Well, I know I'm going to be stepping away as Bash and Maxi take the last match of the day. Thanks very much for everyone who's tuned in so far and the teams that have been competing. It's been wonderful co-casting alongside you guys. We have one more incredible war up for you next. It's going to be Tribe Gaming versus HTM Brazil for qualification to the Open Cup and perhaps the World Finals on the line. $55,000 in the Open Finals for this event, so you do not want to miss this next war. Stick with us in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and welcome back, Maxi. Maxi, we're on to our grand finals. Tribe Gaming and HTM Esports. This should be an amazing matchup to finish off our day.
It should be. I couldn't be more excited. Two big players of the Clash of Clans esports scene, the current world champions against Tribe Gaming, who have been in the world championships time and time again. I think finishing third 2 years ago, and they have just been up there all the time. And we were talking about them a lot in the very first match today, that it is one of their last chances to get to this year's World Championship. And so far they have been delivering. But in that last match that you guys cast, they also had a bit of luck that they got the 1-star defense in their first attack, but they were able to take the heat and keep on 3-starring, and that is why now they are most deserved in this final. And yeah, their opponent HTM Esports, they've been very strong today.
HTM, they've been kind of back up against the walls all day. Their first matchup literally came down to the last attack. I don't know, I feel like the HTM team, they're a little bit more scrappy today, where Tribe is just kind of, not to take away anything from Tribe's opponents, but they kind of caught a break and gotten a little bit lucky and had some easier wars. So it'll be interesting to see if that kind of factors in here as we get into our final matchup of the day. We will decide who moves on to our grand finals in a couple weeks, and then our loser of this matchup will get 50 points for the same grand finals. I think for both of these teams, getting those 50 points is pretty massive. It seems like 50 points is that number as we take a look at the rosters here. Same rosters all day for both of these squads. Really well-known players, really well-known squads, and they're both looking to get this victory.
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, I haven't done the entire math for the points, but I think there are a couple of teams with 50, obviously, all of the teams that have come in runner-ups, but also some teams have gotten points time and time again, like Synchronic, for example. So I think being at around 60 points should mean that you're in the top 3, top 4 contestants right now, but with one Open Cup to go, you're still in the hot seat, and you're far from being safe to make it to the season finals. So I think that for Tribe, it's really important now, and they will focus a lot now to win this one, because that's the only safe chance or safe option right now to get to the season finals. Otherwise, they might have to make it to Open Cup number 4 in 1 week again to collect some points. On the other hand, HTM Brazil, they don't have too much pressure, Bash. We talked about this. They have the silver ticket already, but there's also a long rivalry between both of these teams. So I'm sure that HTM are also particularly motivated by the chance of kicking Tribe Gaming out of the World Championship race.
Yeah, if you could take down a foe and keep them from qualifying for the biggest tournament of the world, obviously you want to do that. And Rakiris is going to start us off, Tribe, with our first attack of the day. It's going to be Electro Dragons. We see Electro Dragons being used more and more in this quick meta, and Rakiris has been using a lot of dragons in general. Pretty competent attacker. Does have the Stone Slammer selected, not in yet. The King and Queen working over there on the left side. Here comes that Stone Slammer from the top. World Champion should join the party a little bit later. Look at this Clan Castle just holding these Electro Dragons up a little bit. Still does have plenty of spell support, but he's got to surge through the middle with that spiky ball, taking out a lot of those defenses.
Yeah, oh, nice job there with the spells, and the Electro Dragon can get the Town Hall. That is nice, but the Queen was under a lot of firepower by the Giant Cannon. He was able to react there on the fly with a freeze spell, and this is sure looking like a 3-star. So many Electro Dragons alive. Look at this. There are like 6 or 7 of them. Rick not making not leaving any question marks about this being a 3-star. It was fast. 62 seconds to start things off. Exactly the type of attack you want to show your opponents in the first hit.
We were talking about in the last war about how fast you get those dragons in, and Rakiris did not waste any time all the E-Dragons in right away, and generally with an Electro Dragon attack, you're going to have them in pretty quickly anyways, but that's the one thing you got to do. Get that queen in, fire that giant arrow, and then get the dragons cooking. And like you said, 62 seconds is super fast. Anytime you're around that 1 minute mark, anything less than 70 seconds, that is a golden area to be on. It's going to put a little bit of pressure on HTM Brazil, which we've seen them. They've had a little bit of slower attacks, but somehow they always manage to get the defense and keep themselves in the war. But I think with that being the opener, kind of gets a little bit of pressure, maybe gets in their head just a little bit to start.
Yeah, that's right. HTM have bounced back twice today from being a lot slower than their opponents. But if obviously Tribe can always have a slow attack. If it's like a 2-minute 3-star from them, then this around 1 minute attack from Rick won't count as much as it does now. But if they're all hitting solid 70 to 80 second 3-stars, it will be very tough for HTM, and they will have to have 1 or 2 very quick strikes themselves to keep up the pace. So the bar that Rick has set will calm down his clanmates in Tribe, and at the same time put some pressure onto HTM Esports. So exactly the start that you would want here as Tribe Gaming.
All right, now HTM, they have to respond. Obviously, they will get an attack in return. And really, like, you can still go 80 seconds here and be fine, but you don't want to go much slower than that. When you start flirting with anything over 80 seconds and that gap early on is big, then you start feeling that pressure, you start making mistakes, you start doing things you're not comfortable with. So I think they want to keep this one ideally 75 seconds or less. Anything more than that, 80 seconds, above 80 seconds, you're really kind of put yourself behind the 8 ball in this war. So it'll be something we keep our eye on, and hopefully, I mean, honestly, I'm hoping for a double perfect that comes down to time and it's close. That's what I'm hoping for here. Maybe have Tribe get a little bit of a harder war here, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. Same for me, and I bet same for you guys at home as well. And it's interesting. Like, this is a very interesting match to see the shape that Tribe is now in, because they have been struggling to get consistent results throughout the whole year. There was always one player of the team that was not able to keep up with the pressure in high-intensity wars. And it was always a different player, so it doesn't mean like there was one player in particular that fell off or anything. It was just never right for the whole team, and they really have to get that consistency back. And a final like this is exactly the perfect environment to prove now that they are finally at a level where they're able to be more consistent. But now let's watch this attack from Achilles that I've been talking over for a bit. King nicely jumped into the base, unfortunately died there and lured out the ice golems, but the Root Riders are making a great way on the top side of the base. The core is looking very tough because he has overgrown it, but there are 2 multi-archer towers, 3 infernos, and the town hall bash.
Yeah, lots of defense still up here, still plenty of support though with the super barbarians. All of the heroes on the top side there, the Royal Champion and the Warden Queen on the bottom side, should be able to collapse in here and close this one out. But look at the time, we are just over 1 minute elapsed, and this is definitely going to be slower than Rakir's attack as he makes his way to this last couple compartments. Actually, ooh, wait a second, it's fading. Uh-oh, does he have enough gas in the tank here? Oh, wait, Queen's there. Didn't see Queen. Timer was covering Queen for me. All right, he's fine. He's fine.
But it's slowing down because of that. Because he has such a few troops left, and he finishes 1 minute and 29 seconds, and that is not even close to what Tribe were able to get. 27 seconds they are already behind, and that is a lot looking at the other results we had. For example, if we look at both of HTM Esports' former matches, they always won by 2 seconds on average. And that means 10 seconds in total, and now they're already almost 30 seconds behind. So you cannot underestimate what that means.
Yeah, but we've seen them kind of be in this situation in previous wars and make up that difference somehow.
That's true.
There's a lot of war to be had. We still have 4 attacks for each attack. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, Rakira's did have one of the faster attacks of the day. So yeah, they're behind right now, 27 seconds down, but somehow they always come back and they always give themselves a chance in these wars. It's something to keep our eyes on, but if Tribe can keep flying, if Tribe can keep going 70 seconds, they don't give them an opportunity to come back in this war.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. You can never count them out, especially after what we saw today. And I'm particularly excited or like anxious, I should say, for Nebrox's attack, because I saw you and Woody cover his attack in the last war, where they only needed save 3 stars, at least a 2-star, and Nebrox was almost struggling to get the 1-star, a 2-star, because the Town Hall was still up in the core of the base and he barely had a couple of spells left, and Royal Champion with a slither of health was able to take out the Town Hall, and that could have gone the wrong way. So I wonder if he's able now to get this safe 3-star in a decent time as well. But of course, that goes for all of the players. If all of them are able to get around 70 to 80 seconds, I think it's going to look very good for Tribe.
Yeah, I agree with that. But you're right. And that safe situation, it was a lot closer. I kind of tried to downplay it, but it was a lot closer than he would have liked. But ultimately, a 3-star is a 3-star, and as long as we don't see any major mistakes, you still give your team a chance here with that big, massive advantage from the start. Obviously, anything can happen. We don't know what's going to happen. We can't predict the future. So we're just going to have to wait and see what Tribe Gaming comes in with, how they perform, how they hold off against HTM on defense as well. Because I think that's been the story here for Tribe Gaming. Their defense has kind of gotten them to this point so far.
Yeah, and I was talking to Woody about the attack order in HTM, because I noticed that Selenio was not their finishing attacker anymore. But I wonder what about Tribe, because it seems like they just keep on switching things up. I don't know, like, what you think about that. I would guess that Yo-Yo is definitely someone that attacks rather towards the end of the attack, but the war. But other than that, it feels to me like they just, you know, go with however feels natural in every single war.
Yeah, I noticed that also. It seems like Yo-Yo's the anchor, but 1 through 4, it could be anyone there. Ooh,
oh,
did he lose?
Queen died
early? Oh yeah, that could be massive. The Queen got no value over there on the left. Kronos could be in a little bit of a jam here. Does have the overgrowth for the middle of the base, but wants to try to wait for that Rage Tower to go off before popping the overgrowth. The King is on the top side with the Royal Champion, but nothing's going to go to this core, and everything's going to start fading here. This could be trouble for Tribe Gaming.
Very nice use of the overgrowth spell there, though. He noticed that the Monolith is the biggest threat for the RC, but she can have an easy time taking out the core multi-inferno. So now he can have everything, including the Root Riders, converge into the core of the base. I'm only scared a little bit because he doesn't have a freeze spell anymore, but he has 1 more rage, and that can get those troops through the Town Hall and Monolith very quickly. But also there's a poison spell tower. Luckily it gets launched onto the Warden. Now let's hope that something can tank for the Royal Champion, and I think he's still looking like he can 3-star the base, but the time is also not really good.
Yeah, 130 elapsed here, 132 as he continues to tick away here. This one was just a little bit uncharacteristic, and this is what I was talking about. All it takes is one attack, and that lead is suddenly gone. 145 here, 144 to finish up for Kronos, and just like that, he gives all of that time right back over to HTM. They still have to attack, obviously, but if they get in at 120, we're back down to 3-second advantage for Tribe Gaming, which is definitely an advantage that can be overcame at any point.
Yeah, it's just what we were talking about. They would have needed to finish solidly in between like 70 and 80 seconds, and Kronos was just not able to provide that. And as we spotted during the attack, the main problem was the Queen. And this is exactly the kind of mistakes that we were talking about for Tribe Gaming. Usually, as they are so experienced, we don't see that type of mistake from them very often, because they are just used to the big stage. They're used to important matches. So for them, you could not really feel a difference between pressure and non-pressure wars. But these days, it feels like the pressure really gets to them. There was really not much to do after you drop the Root Riders and have to watch them for the Warden ability. And the only other thing he had to do was take a look at his Queen, because when you pop the Queen early, Queen ability early with the giant arrow, then the healers come, and then you just have to rage her once or freeze for her when she gets into heavy damage. And exactly that was what he didn't pay attention to in time, and it almost cost them the 3-star even, but luckily it was the 3-star in the end, but still a very, very slow one.
Yeah, he kind of got lucky that there was so many troops up. There were so many root riders, those super minions out of the clan castle. I was really worried there for a second that it was starting to fade, but he was able to keep those troops alive and ultimately hold on to that rage spell, which you called out. So great spell management there, great troop management, even though the queen went down early. Now, if you're HTM, your goal here is 75 seconds and you're in the lead. So your goal here is just to kind of put that pressure right back on the tribe. You know you're capable. This is what they've been doing all day, Maxi. They've been coming from behind, forcing their opponent into a mistake like that. Now it's going to be on to Leo with dragons and clones. He does have 3 invis, so keep an eye on that. Do we see a fireball come in from the warden? Let's see what he's got. We do have, oh, no fireball, but we do have a giant arrow. But what are we going to see 3 invis for? 1 skeleton spell is usually not really a skelly donuts. Huh. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think he's just going to go in regularly. Just like with all the dragon attacks, just spam from one side, have king and queen or electro dragon and queen funnel for them, and then he will clone in the core, and he will just, I think he will just use the invises for example, for the royal champion.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense here. All right, let's see if this clone bomb can...
Oh, no!
Wait, no, it's super minion clone. Okay, this isn't something we've seen a lot. We used to see this a lot at Town Hall 15, but it can get massive value. Identifying that this base leads a lot of openings here, he's able to get tons and tons of value with those super minions, and that thins out the middle, takes out the Town Hall without exposing the dragons to the Giga Bomb and that Giga Poison. Very nice play from Leo.
Yeah, absolutely, and the value was really, really good, and I think he feels comfortable with it, which is why he's popping the Royal Champion ability early, because he knows this can be a very fast strike. 2 freezes left. He should probably use one now for the multi-Archer Tower and the multi-Inferno. He does so. Queen is safe, so he doesn't even have to freeze there. Freeze the multi-Archer Tower once again to keep most of the troops alive. But I mean, I was talking about a very fast hit. It is still a fast hit, but not a very fast hit, with 1 minute and 17 seconds. And Bash, you know what it means. It's an absolute tie. They have exactly the same time of hits.
It's exactly what I was getting ready to say, Maxi. A 27-second difference there in the 2 attacks, which means we are all back to even. Rakira's went really quick, and then Achilles was 27 seconds slower. Kronos went really slow, and Leo was 27 seconds faster. So it's basically an all restarted war here with 3 attacks left for each team. All right, this is what we want to see in a grand final. Back and forth matchup. I thought that was going to be a little bit faster. Also kind of stalled out over there on the left side. Queen got stuck on a wall, so she wasn't able to push in. But I thought it was going to be closer to like 110, 115 as well there. But that's what you got to do. They closed the gap, and now it's an even ball game here. Who can win it?
Yeah, really, really exciting stuff. Exactly what we wished for there after the first attack from Rick. But if I was in HTM's team now, I would wonder if Leo could have done better by bringing another wall breaker. As you just pointed out, the queen was banging on the wall for like 20 seconds to get to this last compartment. And the scatter shot and I don't know, the other building next to it, those were the last remaining 2 buildings. So it's just 8 housing spells investment. He could have probably shaved off another 5 to 10 seconds of this attack, and things like that could make the difference towards the end of the war. But you know, it's really hard to anticipate how a base will look after like 60 seconds, or like after the troops have done their jobs on each side, how they will split exactly and so on. But it seems to me that he knew his queen would eventually go towards this scatter shot, so it might have been better to think of that. But just, you know, for future usage, they should probably, because you always need to get better if you're at a level like these pros here.
Yeah, I agree with that. Something to keep an eye on. I think that's one thing, a good takeaway there, Maxi, is you always want to improve. Look at those things that you could maybe see for the future. Hey, maybe one wall breaker makes a big difference here. So it's things they look at. Not that the pros don't look at it, but one thing to take into consideration is they don't get a ton of time to plan these attacks. I mean, with Leo being the second attacker, you got to get your plan, you got to get everything cooked up, you got to be ready to go when it's your time to shine. So it's tough. It's tough to see those little unforeseen circumstances here. But Nebrex will be our next attacker here. We do have dragons, no clone on this one, just a regular overgrowth. Here comes the Queen's giant arrow from the bottom just to clear out pretty much that whole side. And look at this, baby dragons should do a great job of funneling these dragons right up the middle towards the town hall. But keep an eye on those sweepers. I'm assuming he's going to go ahead and overgrowth that area, but they might be able to get a couple pushes off here.
Yeah, they already are pushing these dragons a little bit away, so we overgrowth early, just as you called there. But I really like the giant arrow from the Queen, taking out 2 air defenses and 2 archer towers, so a lot of air targeting damage. Now this warden ability was amazing. Dragons left and dragons right were caught in it, so that's why he's starting with the Royal Champion early from the 12 o'clock side. We'll probably now deploy a little bit of cleanup. There are a couple of Teslas showing at the top left of the screen, but this is looking very, very strong. He freezes early. Okay, let's see how he can get into the town hall. That's the last thing that is worrying me just a little bit.
Yeah, Royal Champion does hit her ability here. We have the Stone Slammer collapsing, and Royal Champion's going to go ahead and go fast with her haste vial. Nice freeze spell here. Stone Slammer will collapse in with a few dragons along with that Royal Champion. The King is up top. Keep an eye on the time. We're about 1:10 here as Nebrex is flying through the space, and it's going to be 1:12. It did not tick over to the next second, so that is really, really fast for Tribe Gaming. That's what they want. You want to be 75 seconds or less, and they accomplish just that.
Yes, really good job by Nebrex. How do I say? I didn't do him right there when I said that I was anxious for his attack, as he struggled a little bit in the last match. But in this one, he really showed that he's got it. No sign of pressure, no sign of nerves whatsoever. Just getting the job done exactly when it mattered most. And yes, you said after the first 4 attacks, we're basically back to 0, back to the start of the match with just 3 attacks for each team. And we could just imagine Nebrex being the first attacker with a 1-minute and 12-second attack. And we would also say, okay, good job putting some pressure on the opponent. And that's exactly the situation that HTM find themselves in now.
I kind of want to see if it is Celino here. I mean, we've seen him in a couple different spots here. I kind of want to see him go 1:12 also. I want to do all even going into the last 2 attacks and let it all come down there. Let the chips fall where they may. A lot on the line for both of these teams. If you're HTM, you kind of want to keep Tribe out of our grand finals where there is a silver ticket on the line, as Tribe does not have any chance at the World Championships thus far. This is a big tournament for them. If they can get in, win that silver ticket, then they can maybe get in through the last chance qualifier. But as Woody was talking about all day, that last chance qualifier, it is stacked thus far, so it's not going to be an easy challenge. With no more golden tickets left, that is the final opportunity to make it to Worlds, is through our last chance qualifier.
For sure, but we also always have in the back of our head there's a very fine prize pool here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So winning this match also means that you will earn at least $2,000 from said prize pool in the season finals. And of course, you gain the chance to get even more, the highest prize, the top prize being $20,000. So if HTM would win the Snapdragon Pro Series season 5, they would not get a silver ticket because they already have that, but they would win $20,000. And I think they would be pretty happy with that as well. So it's not just the rivalry between them and Tribe that motivates them and gives them the fire needed here, but also the money waiting at the end of the line. And Celino is, as you just said, coming in now, and he's showing another dragon attack. He brought an overgrowth spell, and we already see a nice area in the core of the base where the overgrowth spell will have a lot of value.
All right, here we go. Dragons are in, and Celino is looking to cook. 1:12 was the attack from Nebrex of Tribe Gaming. He needs to try to keep pace here. Doesn't want to lose too much of the tie. It's not even really a lead for either team. The war was all tied coming into these 3rd attacks. King Queen working on the left side. Here comes those super minions out of the clan castle, and we have all the dragons just kind of stuck there. Look at all those archers coming out of the clan castle, Maxi.
Yeah. Perfect clan castle from Tribe, and the poison spell tower as well as the scatter shots and the monolith did a lot of damage already on these dragons. But if we look at the remainder of this base, there's not much left other than this core compartment. With the king ability, spiky ball, and the earthquake, Celino has an easy time taking out what is left of this base, and it is very quick and quicker than Tribe. 1 minute and 9 seconds. So it didn't matter that the Dragons were under a lot of firepower. The plan was just too OP. Great job by Celinho.
3 seconds faster than Tribe Gaming. Now, that's not a commanding lead or anything, but with only two attacks remaining, 3 seconds could be the difference in this war, as Celinho does get in there just a little bit closer, a little bit faster than his Tribe counterpart. This war is close. Down to the wire, I think this one's going to come. Who's going to blink first? 3 seconds really is nothing to kind of rest your head on. Like, you can't really take a step back and relax. You have to keep going. You have to keep going with fast plans. You have to fine tune those plans even up to the final seconds. So both of these squads are going to have to close this one out with some really nice attacks.
And since Tribe is the team attacking first, it's also going to be interesting to see whether maybe either Exorcist or Jojo, who are left for them, will take too much of a risk. Because they know now they have to catch up 3 seconds, and they only have 2 attacks to do so. And say that Pato or Bernal do a very fast hit, they would really go all in, go all risk in both of their remaining attacks. So I think I'm sure they are already thinking about that for this very next attack, whoever does it, that they just want to take that little bit more of risk than usual, because you can just not rely on HTM failing or like having a 2-minute or whatnot 3-star. So yeah, I feel like there's a potential for a mistake for Tribe at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you really get too up in arms about 3 seconds, though. I think you still stick to the game plan here, because, I mean, they're probably planning for 70-second attacks anyways. It's not like they're planning to chill and take it easy so far. They're still having those fastest plans in place for the final 2 attackers. So with it being 3 seconds, I don't think you panic just yet. Maybe on the final attack, if it's, you know, maybe 5 seconds or something, Yo-Yo does something a little bit fancier, something a little bit uncomfortable for him. But with the 3 seconds, 2 attacks, I think you're still in a fine comfort zone, personally.
Yeah. We've been talking about do or die for Tribe all day, but with just 2 more attacks from them in this today's Open Cup in the line, now it is really hammer time. And Exorcist is coming in, and look at this, he brought 6 barbarians, and I'm sure he brought them for something I called out a match ago or 2 matches ago, to try to look for spring traps so his super barbarians in the back end do not get sprung away. But the way, like the speed in which he deployed everything in this attack was just amazing, and shows the situation that they find themselves in. Pretty much everything on the map after 10 seconds. Now the Warden ability will follow shortly, then the Overgrowth spell, and then we have to wait and see, Bash.
Yeah, that's the thing. Wait and see, as there's a lot of attack to go. Overgrowth comes in. That Overgrowth covers a lot. We do get a couple Ice Golems and Headhunters out of the Clan Castle. Royal Champion is working through the middle. The Spirit Fox keeping her protected. Looks like she might get distracted over here on the Ice Golems after she gets through this Inferno. Queen goes ahead and takes down the Inferno on the bottom side, and everything is wrapping around really, really nicely here for Exorcist. As we approach that 1-minute mark, he's looking to collapse and close this base out.
It's looking really fast. Now he needs to rage the core, everything going into this town hall. I think he can stay under 1 minute 10. Just the town hall left, and he finishes in 1 minute and 8 seconds. Exactly what Tribe needed now.
Yeah, that's a huge strike for Exorcist. For someone who's kind of had ups and downs throughout this season, that is massive in this position. Now, like I said, you force HTM to go quicker. Now HTM, they realistically have to be 71 seconds or faster. So this is, oh man, this is what I love. This is back and forth in our speed meta. This is what I want. Who can go fast and who can force their opponent into a mistake? That's what we're looking for here, as HTM will have to respond with a relatively quick attack of their own. At this point, there's really no room for a big mistake. There's really no room for a 90-second attack. If you get a 90-second attack here, you lose the war, basically.
That's right, yeah. The teams are flying, and in a situation where it matters most. This attack was over so quickly, I didn't even see when Exorcist was dropping the barbarians I talked about initially at the beginning of the attack. I tried to focus on it, but there was just too much going on in between in 80 seconds to keep your focus on. Amazing job, yeah, and that's I talked about it earlier as well. That's what's so impressive to me. Like, we can even follow everything that is going on being completely passive, while they not only have to follow what's going on, they also have to react to it. They have to do things they planned beforehand. They have to drop spells and whatnot, and the level that these players are on is really, really incredible.
Yeah, the multitasking is insane. I don't know how they do it personally. I've tried to attack like this. I've tried to go fast, and I still can barely get 2 minutes as my fastest time. It is so tough, and it's so challenging to go this quick. But that's why these guys are the pros. This is why they practice this stuff. They are very aware of how these attacks work. These guys are some of the best at understanding how bases function, how heroes function, how the different equipments function. It's a lot of work that goes into it. Like, everyone says, oh yeah, it's easy to triple in Clash of Clans. Well, yeah, you might be able to 3-star more than average, but can you go 80 seconds fast? I don't think so. I don't think the average player can do that, just saying.
No, I agree. I mean, I'm still playing on 2 Town Hall 16s in Legend League, you know, to farm for ores, because you gotta max that equipment at some point. And I use Root Riders as well, because it's, for me, it just feels in my comfort zone. It's a very strong army, and I sometimes get 1 minute 40, and then I'm really, really happy. I mean, I don't care about the time. It's just about the stars for me. But, you know, sometimes I look at it, and I really don't know how I should be 20 or even 30 seconds faster than what I already do. So yeah, impressive stuff. But yeah, also the Dragons, not just the Root Riders, are very, very strong, and Patolino is bringing them once more to the table. Starting things off with the giant arrow, coming in with the Dragons right away, just 5 seconds into the attack. King and Slammer down as well. Early warden ability, and now it's all about getting through this core nice and quickly. Yeah. Oh wait, that was a very early overgrowth spell, wasn't it? I think it's just it was to maximize time, minimize time.
Yeah. He doesn't want it being up too late there, so it will alleviate some of that pressure there. Everything's going to collapse actually in really nicely by the time that overgrowth comes back up. So actually, I don't mind the early overgrowth here, as it should be fading off pretty soon, and those Dragons are starting to make their way in. There it goes. It fades right there, but he does have those 2 sweepers in there. That's going to be a major issue. King Spiky Ball decides to take the outside path, which could be a little bit of an issue. Does have the Royal Champion here with her ability. There it goes. She's going to be able to charge to taking down the Town Hall. She does get one of those sweepers as well. All right, 1 minute, Maxi. He's got to speed this one up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he can be very happy that the Royal Champion took out the Town Hall before going to the enemy King, but it's thinning out really, really quickly now, and it's slowing down as well, 1 minute 15, and this is looking extremely good for Tribe, because for some reason Pato didn't have enough troops for the back end, for the right side, and he is finishing a lot slower than Exorcist, 1 minute 27. Remember, guys, they were in the lead by 3 seconds. Now they lost 19 seconds on Tribe, which means they are now 16 seconds behind Bash.
Yeah. That's what I talked about. You couldn't have a 90-second attack there, and that's exactly what we just saw. 87 seconds, basically 90-second attack. Now you have to hope that Yo-Yo, one of the most consistent players, makes some kind of mistake, some kind of slip up. You almost need him to do what just happened there. The attack thins out and just isn't able to finish the base off quick enough. Man, that was very, very unfortunate.
It was. I'm just parallelly checking what time Yo-Yo had in the last war. It was 1 minute 26. That would not be too bad.
Also, remember they're
neither too bad nor too good
in that war.
Yeah,
remember they had
okay,
the 1-star miss, so they weren't going really
for
speed that war.
That's absolutely true. So what did they have in the first war against VNd?
Well, it was the same situation, though. It's not.
It was also yeah, right. Okay, so we cannot take that into account too much. But let's just say he would get a 1 minute 17 attack, which is more or less average for the teams we had here today. That would mean that Bernal had to get a 1 minute 3-star. We have seen this today, but we've only seen it with rocket loons. And I think I've never seen Bernal use the fireball rocket loon attack strategy. So I would suspect that it is out of his comfort zone. So if he does it, there would be a lot of room for error. So I guess that if Tribe would get something around that, they could feel, quite safe.
Yeah, I agree. You can really force them into doing something they don't want to do. And if you're HTM, you'll have a few seconds to kind of make that final decision, but you don't have much wiggle room. So you pretty much have to have plan A, plan B, both ready and willing to go. And you have to be able to make that change within a few seconds notice. Now, the only nice thing here is since it is a little bit quicker of attacks, if we are seeing 70, 80-second attacks, you will have about a minute to get that army changed before you have to go in. So there is a little bit of wiggle room, but you don't have much.
Yeah, he should definitely be preparing a second army already, maybe in the, what's it called? The speed army production bar. I just don't recall.
Have it in his pre-made armies, and then he can just copy it down
exactly.
to the army.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, anyways, let's focus on Yo-Yo right now. He's coming in with the Root Riders. He's bringing 14 Super Barbarians to speed things up and an Electro Dragon that he will most likely use towards the start of the attack, I would suppose. So King and Queen in, nice jump spell there for the King, the Siege Barrack on the outside, and Root Riders in between. Where's the Electro Dragon? He has not deployed it yet, so probably on the back end. Yes, on the 9 o'clock side. So let's see how he can get into the base.
This looks like a base we saw earlier where the Queen was in charge of taking out the Town Hall and then getting much else out of it. Does decide to go ahead and use that overgrowth right there. We do have 13 Super Barbarians to help collapse everything from that top side. King is working in here. King's getting massive value along with that Queen. Queen does lose her Unicorn, so no more healing for her, but those Root Riders are dealing massive damage. Royal Champion's right there in the mix. This is looking really good for Yo-Yo. We are 40 seconds elapsed. He really wants to keep this under 80 seconds to keep the pressure on HTM Brazil.
Yeah, the Electro Dragon has some great value, but his troops seem to be thinning out on the top side there. And I remember this base, as you just said it, Philip attacked it, Frost Synchronic, and he was rather slow because the Town Hall was left standing. But this is really, really fast. 1 minute and 6 seconds. And this is almost already the victory for Tribe, because Bash, what would be the time that HTM need now?
50 seconds, Maxi. 50 seconds. It would be near world record time for Bernal to win this war. Yo-Yo was flying through this one, a different approach on this base, and he's able to get it down really, really quickly. A minute 6 is exactly what you're hoping for in this situation, and Yo-Yo delivers. Now it's on Bernal and HTM Esports to pull 50, actually, I think it has to technically be 49 seconds because they are at 16 second attack. So I think it has to be a 49-second attack for Bernal somehow, and that's just unheard of. That's insanely quick.
I think 50 would be enough, because then that would be the fastest time, which would be the tiebreaker in case of a tie.
Oh, yeah, true. True.
But still, wow, 50 seconds is a lot to ask, even from a player of the caliber of Bernal. I'm sure he will take the risk and just try to do it. He will probably just bring 30 rocket loons or whatever and experiment with something, which I think is the only right thing to do now, even if the chances, no matter how slim the chance is, you need to take it in a situation like that. And I mean, on the plus side, the fact that Yo-Yo was so fast gave Bernal a little bit of more time to change his army.
Yeah, he'll have almost 2 minutes basically to change his army now, so plenty of time, plenty of wiggle room there. But at the same time, even if you had an hour to plan it, we're talking near world record time. I mean, we're 49 seconds, either one. That is so tough to do. We saw Darkstar flying earlier, and that was still 56 seconds, and that looked like it was like over before it even started. So how do you even come close to making up that time? You have to have all the cleanup in, you have to have all the rocket loons in. You really don't have much time to hesitate at all if you're trying to make that happen.
Yeah, and I feel like the best players like Kazuma, like Cinti, like Darkstar that use this attack strategy, and Klaus as well, they have just gotten better and better with it over time, because it is so complicated and there are so many things you have to do parallelly, and it gets into a routine in your brain after a while. And if you haven't done it for Bernal, it is all the more harder to pull off. But anyways, we said it, he will try to do it, I guess. I mean, it will be a little bit
have much choice.
negligent to just use a regular army, because he knows he can only go 1 minute. And there we go! Oh, rocket balloons are in. 3 invis, which probably means that he will bring the fireball. There it goes. Yes.
Yeah, you really don't have much of a choice here. You have to go with the fireball. You have to try to blow this base up. He's going from the bottom side, so he's going to blow up this section right here. All right, that's actually some pretty nice value, but you got to get flying. You got to get moving. You have to have everything in right away here. You don't have much wiggle room. 10 seconds are already gone, Maxi, and he's got to be at 50.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he has to start. Yeah, you can really see that he's not doing this often. The Headhunters unfortunately got killed from the Queen, but nah, he has to start doing something. Yeah, nice. Top side now, probably Rocket Balloons in and Royal Champion in. Exactly. So just sprinkle it around the base. Last Skelly spell down. Exactly. Nice. Has some freezes. Now drop the cleanup at 6 o'clock. He's already at 40 seconds, Bash. This is incredible. He is so fast, to be honest, but 5 seconds.
There's no cleanup up top. Oh man, here comes 50 seconds. I mean, he had a really good run at this base, to be fair. It's going to be just right about a minute here. That was a super quick attack, but it's not fast enough for Bernal. Sub 1 minute does not get the job done. Hey, props to Bernal for even trying it. That takes a little bit of courage to get out of your comfort zone. Very nice fireball value. He was cooking. It's just not cooking fast enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was incredibly impressive there. Wow. Also, GG's to Bernal pulling this off in such a short amount of time to plan it. And as we said, out of his comfort zone. Also, big kudos to him. No, not many players in the world would have been able to do that. I mean, still, it's not enough, so GG's to Tribe, who make it to the season finals. They are our winners, but Bernal really proved once again that he is one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing for so long and been on the big stage for so many times, but if you're Tribe Gaming, this has to be a weight off your shoulders, knowing that you can kind of take it easy. You don't have to really sweat next week. You'll be into our grand final, and you'll still have a chance at that last chance qualifier. Remember, the winner of our whole tournament here gets a silver ticket for the last chance qualifier. So not only do you have to win our tournament here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, but you have to go win the last chance qualifier against some of the top teams in the world. It's no easy task. You basically have to win 2 tournaments against some of the top teams in the world. As we take a final look at our bracket, Tribe did have an easy run, but ultimately they get the final say and get the victory over HTM Esports. Huge props to HTM, as this was a very close war decided by just a few seconds there at the end, but Tribe Gaming get the victory and they will move on to our grand final come August.
Yes, and HTM Esports still take away 50 points, which means they are now at 60 and have a good chance at making it through the leaderboard here, as we know that 4 places in the season final will be given away through winning Open Cups and 4 through being top on the leaderboard. And Tribe is joining now Reckoning and HTM Esports NA in the final, in the season finals. And guys, you don't have to wait much longer for it. Just next weekend, we will have the Open Cup number 4, and the weekend after that, we will have already the season finals. So now, yeah, we really have a lot of action in store in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, it's really shaping up. This has been a really amazing season. We've seen a lot of the top teams competing here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've talked about it all day. There's a lot of prize money on the line. And if you guys want to compete, next weekend is the final Open Cup. You compete on Saturday, and if you make it through the single elimination tournament, you'll be shown on the show on Sunday. So get you a team together and maybe have a chance at winning some Clash of Clans esports money. I mean, who doesn't want to try to win money playing Clash of Clans? It's pretty cool, right?
Exactly, and talking about money, Tribe just got a safe $2,000 as well. That just comes next to the chance of qualifying for the last chance qualifier and eventually the World Championship. So even though that is a long road ahead, they still have gotten something out of it. Same as the other teams who have already made it, and same as the team that will make it next weekend. Yeah, a lot of action on the line, but also a lot of action we saw today. Impressive wars left and right. HTM Esports coming back time and time again, but just in the final, Yo-Yo not leaving the door open enough, wide enough for Bernal, but still, like, how many? I think 3 or 4 sub 60-second 3-stars we saw today. Yeah. the level in the Snapdragon Pro Series is just incredible, and I think it was definitely the right decision to take it global and have the best teams in the world compete here.
Yeah, I mean, even taking it global, I mean, we still see our last season NA champions making it through here and qualifying. So not a big hindrance for them. I like it. I like the level of competition we see each and every week. We see some of the top teams, some of the top players, some of the best strategies, some of the most fun strategies. I mean, some of the fireballs we saw today were just so exciting. So huge props to all of our teams. And we still got one more cup to go and then our grand finals. I'm really looking forward to it, Maxi. It's been a blast so far.
Yeah, it has been. So yeah, I mean, what can we do? We can say thank you to all of you guys at home that have been watching, that have been sticking with us throughout this exciting day. I mean, the clans obviously made it easy to stick with us and watch all the action unfold. Tribe Gaming have for once shown a little bit of consistency in this season, and we can only wait and see what they will be able to pull off in the season finals. But before that, as I said, we have the Open Cup number 4 in store for you next weekend. It will start at 9 p.m. CEST. That is 7 p.m. UTC. So basically around the time we have just now in whatever time zone you are. And it will be Woody, Bash, and me once again hosting the best 8 teams for you. Bash, any final words from you before we close it out?
Oh no, just GG's to all of our players. It was a really fun day of Clash of Clans esports. Hopefully you viewers did enjoy the war. Shout out to our production crew, as always, all of our great sponsors that make this tournament possible. We wouldn't be able to do it without them, so huge shout out to them. And Maxi, as always, man, it was a pleasure casting with you, bud.
Yeah, same to you, and same to Woody as well. It was a pleasure. So guys, we will see you in 1 week in the Open Cup number 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. Until then, clash on!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!